morning. If you'd raise your right hand again. That's right. You're good. You're good. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right. Please have a seat.
All right, good morning. When we left off on Friday, you just started talking about how on the morning that you woke up and Breasia was gone, at some point Henry came back and got you, and you guys went out to the maroon or purple Impala. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned as well that Henry had grabbed both your clothing and Bree's clothing.
Yes.
Once you got into that vehicle, what did the two of you start doing?
We was just driving. That was the only thing.
You were driving?
Yep.
Did you drive somewhere specifically?
It says guy house that I forgot. I forgot his name. But
Okay. You went to a guy's house?
yes.
That's new. That's new.
Do you know how long you were at the guy's house?
A couple minutes or
Now, when you got to that guy's house, did you stay in the car or get out of the car?
I was out the car.
Could you say that again?
I was out the car
You were out of the car?
in the house.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
I think he was outside drinking, if I'm correct.
Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time period, okay? So the morning where you woke up and Bree is missing, right? And then you and Henry get into the purple Impala. So, in the morning. Are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. So when you and Henry started driving, where do you go?
In the Impala,
In the Impala.
we went on a dirt road. It's like
So when you got into the Impala and you started driving, was the dirt road the first place that you went?
yeah.
The guy's house that you were just talking about, is that somewhere you went in the Camaro or the Impala?
I think it was the Impala.
So again, talking about the morning where you woke up and Bree was gone, you get in the Impala and you drive to a dirt road. Do you have any idea how long it took you to get to that dirt road?
Well, I was asleep.
You fell asleep? Did it feel like a long time?
A really long time, yeah.
A really long time?
Yeah.
When you got to the dirt road, what happened?
We was at this place, what is it called? It had like trees.
Did the vehicle stop?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we left. So,
Did anybody get out of the car at that time?
Henry.
When Henry got out of the car, what did you see him do?
Pour, pour bleach.
You saw him pour bleach.
Yeah.
Do you know where Henry got that bleach from?
Walmart.
Were you with him when he was at Walmart?
Yes.
When the two of you left Andrea's apartment that morning, at some point, did you go to Walmart?
I think so.
Did it take a long time to get to Walmart?
Just a little bit.
When you and Henry got to Walmart, what did you do?
I had to sit in the car.
You had to sit in the car?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
He went inside Walmart.
Did you know why you had stopped at Walmart?
I had no idea.
Dee, while you were sitting in the car, what did you do?
Put his battery back in his phone and was playing the game.
So, at some point you had seen Henry's phone in the car?
Yes.
Do you remember where it was?
By the cup holder.
By the cup holder?
Yes.
You said you had to put the battery back in the phone, is that right?
Yes.
Where was the battery?
Behind the phone.
Also in the cup holder?
Yes.
Do you remember what game you were playing?
No.
Just a game on his phone?
You said, is it on his phone?
A game on Henry's phone?
Yes.
When Henry got back to the Impala, did he have anything with him?
Bleach.
What did he do with the bleach?
He put it in the trunk.
Then what did he do?
And then we left.
What did you do with his phone when he got back into the car?
I hurry up and put it back.
You stopped playing a game?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned this dirt road. Did you do anything else to the phone before you put it back?
I took the battery out.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get in trouble.
Trouble for what?
Putting the battery back in his phone.
after you left Walmart, is that when you went to this dirt road?
Yes.
Had you been to that dirt road before going to Walmart?
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you go to the dirt road?
Once.
And was that before or after you went to Walmart?
After we went to Walmart.
So then once you got to that dirt road, what happened?
He poured the bleach, and then we left.
Where did he pour the bleach?
By some bushes.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
What did he do with the bleach containers after he poured the bleach?
He put it back in the car.
Once he put the bleach back in the car, what did he do?
He left.
Did he get back in the car?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go after that?
We went back on that dirt road, and then I asked him where we was, and then he said that we was riding, and then we went to go meet my mom.
So you asked where you were, and he just said, "We're riding."
Yes.
What does that mean to you? We're riding.
Like a joyride.
Like a joyride?
Yes.
Now, after you left that dirt road, at some point, were the two of you back in Davenport?
Yes.
Now, Dee, are you familiar with the area of Credit Island?
No.
The morning you were driving around with Henry, at some point, did you go to some area by water?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you go to Henry's RV?
Yes.
What did the two of you do when you got to the RV?
He opened the trunk of the purple Impala, and he grabbed out a bloody knife.
So he opened you said bloody knife
A bloody knife, yeah.
from the trunk of his Impala.
Yes.
What did that knife look like?
A machete type.
What did he do with the knife once he grabbed it?
He wiped it off with bleach.
Where were you when you saw him do that?
I was outside the car or inside.
You were either outside or inside the car?
Yes.
After Henry wiped off the knife with the bleach, what did he do with the knife?
He put it in his RV.
Dee, was that the only time you saw a knife that morning?
Yes.
You said he put the knife in his RV?
Yes.
How did you know that's where he put the knife?
I saw him put it in there.
Where were you when you saw him put the knife in the RV?
In the car.
Were you able to see into the RV from the car?
No.
Then how did you know that's where he put the knife?
Because he walked in there with it and he came back out with nothing.
Did you go into the RV at all?
No. Yep.
Dee, at some point, did you see Henry with a fishing pole that morning?
I think so.
Do you know where you were when you saw him with the fishing pole?
In the car.
Was Henry inside of the car with the fishing pole?
No, he was outside the car.
When you saw Henry with the fishing pole and he was outside of the car, were you still at the RV?
No.
Do you know where you were?
It was by water.
What did you see Henry do with the fishing pole when he was outside of the car?
Somewhat fishing.
He was somewhat fishing?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
He was half fishing. Like,
So did he walk up to the body of water?
just a little bit.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
When you saw him walk up to the body of water, what did you see him do?
Fishing.
Okay. Did he have the fishing pole at that point?
Yeah.
And did he cast the fishing line out into the water?
Yeah.
While you were by this body of water, was there ever a point in time where you could not see Henry?
No.
Now, the fishing part that you talked about here, did that happen before you went to the RV or after you went to the RV?
After.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you met up with your mom that morning. Is that right?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
She saw him in traffic.
Had Henry or your mom spoken on the phone at all that morning?
Yes.
And were you in the car when that conversation took place?
Yeah.
Do you know if Henry called your mom or if your mom called Henry?
I think my mom called him or he called her.
So one of those two things happened.
Yeah.
What did Henry tell your mom during that phone call?
Objection, call for hearsay.
It's defendant statements.
Excuse me?
It's the defendant's statements.
Overruled.
So what did Henry tell your mom during that phone call?
That he didn't know where Bree was.
Did he say anything about having been out searching for Bree?
He said he was supposedly searching.
So he told your mom that he was searching,
Yes.
but you added the word supposedly.
Yeah.
Why did you add that word?
Because he wasn't searching.
Dee, the whole time that you had been driving around with Henry, did it appear that the two of you were looking for Bree?
No.
Did Henry ever roll down his window and yell out Bree's name or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do that?
No.
Did he ever knock on anybody's doors to see if they had seen Bree?
No.
While Henry was speaking with your mom on the phone, did he say anything about the police?
He said that he made a report.
He said that he made a report.
Yes.
While you had been with Henry, did you ever see him make a police report?
No.
So after this phone call then with your mom, where did Henry take you?
She saw him in traffic and then we pulled over back at McDonald's.
So your mom saw him in traffic and you ended up pulling over at McDonald's?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I got in the car with my mom and then she made a police report.
Where did you and your mom go at that time?
To the police department.
Did you go back to the area around Andrea's apartment at all that morning
With my mom?
with your mom?
No.
But you do remember going to the police department that day?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by the police? Did they ask you questions?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Did you answer their questions?
Yes.
Dee, do you remember driving around with police officers a couple times?
Yeah.
And were they asking you questions about where you and Henry went on this morning?
Yes.
And did you try to show them the places that the two of you had gone?
Yeah.
And did that include areas by where your dad's RV was parked? So when you drove around with the police officers and you were trying to show them different places that you had been that morning, right?
Yeah.
Did that include showing them the area where your dad's RV had been?
Yes.
And did that include the area over by Walmart where you saw Henry buying bleach?
Yes.
And did you try to describe that dirt road as well?
No.
Did you try to describe the area where you saw Henry with the fishing pole?
I believe so.
All right, thank you, Dee. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Mr. Freeze?
Is it okay if I call you D too?
Yes.
Okay, D. You doing okay?
Yep.
Tell the court, just for the record, who Henry Dinkins is to you.
My father.
Okay. You're angry at your father, right?
Yes.
And you're angry at your father because you think he hurt your sister, right?
Yes.
And you're convinced of that, right?
Yes.
And you're here today to offer testimony to make sure that he is held accountable for doing that, right?
Yes.
And you're going to say whatever you need to say to make sure that happens, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask you that is you're telling us some stuff today, and you'll agree with me on this. Tell me if I'm wrong. That we're hearing for the first time today, right?
Yes.
Like when you and your dad left in the Impala that day, you went driving and went to a guy's house first. The first time that you've said that on the record is today, right?
Yes.
Never told it to the police before, did you?
No.
It's today. This is the first time this story comes out in public, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you've been interviewed by the police several times, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you and I had a chance to talk in this courtroom, and I took your deposition, right?
Yes.
You remember that day?
Yeah.
Remember you sat in that chair right where you're sitting now? Remember that?
Yeah.
And there was a person here who was a court reporter who swore you in, right?
Yep.
And you were swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And I asked you all kinds of questions about what happened the day Breasia disappeared, right?
Yes.
Remember that very clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Because that was the only time you've ever had to give a deposition or testimony ever in this case, right?
Yes.
And you never once told me, when I asked you what happened that day, that you went to some guy's house first after leaving Andrea Culberson's apartment, right?
Yes.
And you never told me, and it's the first time today we're hearing this, correct?
Yes.
That Henry was outside drinking that morning. It's the first time, right?
I don't think it's the first time.
Well, you just told the prosecutor on direct examination that you went to this guy's house with Henry and you went inside. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And that was the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said Henry stayed outside and he was drinking. Was that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so it was early morning when Henry picked you up. Is that right?
Yeah.
Were you awake when he picked you up or were you still sleeping?
I was awake.
Was it daylight or was it still dark?
It was daylight.
But early morning.
Early morning.
Okay. So Henry and you go to this house, you go inside. Are the people inside awake?
No, it's just me and my sister that was inside.
Who's inside?
Me and my sister.
Who's Breasia?
Yes.
So Breasia's with you at this point in time?
When we went to this house, yeah.
The morning she disappeared?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after you left, where did Breasia go?
Can you repeat that?
After you left, where did Breasia go?
To his house.
To whose
What?
house?
Andrea.
Okay, so Henry took you back to Andrea's house?
Yes.
On the morning she disappeared, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
You just testified that Breasia was with you and Henry, right?
Yes.
And early morning hours of the morning she disappeared, because you just said Henry picked you up and took you to this house, right?
It's when he first picked us up.
On the morning she disappeared, early morning hours, right?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I want you to be accurate. I want you to tell the truth.
I am.
Okay, so that morning, you and Henry and Breasia go to this guy's house.
Yes.
And you and Breasia go in the house.
Yes.
And then, what are you and Breasia doing in the house?
Playing games.
And Henry's outside,
Yes.
and he's drinking.
Yes.
And nobody else is in the house.
No.
So after you and Henry and Breasia are done there, where'd you guys go?
To Andrea house.
And then you and Henry went where?
That was the only place. Andrea house. That's where we was.
Okay. You having a little trouble with your memory, perhaps, Dee?
No.
Okay, so it's your testimony. I'm giving you another chance here, that this was the morning Breasia disappeared, early morning hours of July 10th.
Yes.
Okay. Well then, you just testified to the prosecutor, is that after you left this guy's house, the first place you went was to some dirt road. Remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Today's the first time we hear about that too, right?
Today's not the first time.
You never said it to me when I took your deposition last summer, did you?
I said it, but I didn't say it to you.
Who'd you say it to?
One of his other lawyers that was here before you.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay. And you went to this dirt road and you said that you saw him pouring bleach. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said you saw him pouring bleach over some bushes. That's your recollection?
Yes.
Now, this was after you went to Walmart?
Yes.
Now, the Walmart you went to was in a whole different town, right?
Yes.
Because you fell asleep on the way there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, he went to Walmart first to get the bleach,
Yes.
and it's your testimony that then you went to a dirt road,
Yes.
and he took that same bleach and poured it over some bushes.
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that this is not the first time you have told this story.
Yes.
You've told it to the police before?
Some of them.
Okay. And it's your testimony that Henry got out of the car, and this is where he was this where he was fishing?
Yes.
So he was fishing at the place he poured the bleach?
No.
Okay, so I make sure. It was daylight at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never got out of the car?
No. I stayed in the car.
And how did you see him pouring bleach over the bushes?
Because you can see through the back windows.
Okay. Did he have to walk in the bushes a ways to pour this bleach, or did he just walk around?
It was over a hill. Like, there was like a flat road, and there was the bushes right there, down there. And he poured it.
So Henry's car is on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And he had to walk over a little hill, right?
Yes.
And then he just, from the road, poured the bleach in the bushes?
Yep.
Okay. And what did he do with the bleach bottle?
He put it back in the car.
Pop the trunk and put it back in the car?
Yes.
Now, you were at Walmart and Henry went inside, and you said you got hold of his phone and put the battery back in the phone, right?
Yes.
You know what kind of phone he had?
No.
I mean, some phones are pretty hard to get the battery in and out of, right?
Yes.
But this one wasn't? No?
No.
Did that phone have a passcode on it?
No.
What game did you play?
I don't know. It's like Candy Crush type.
Okay. And then from the Walmart, you just drove around till you got back to the mobile home, right?
Yes.
And then it's your testimony that Henry stops, gets out of the car, and you stay in the car, and he gets to the trunk again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And now he uses the bleach again?
What?
Now he uses the bleach a second time?
He only used the bleach one time.
Well, I thought you told the prosecutor he used the bleach to wipe off a bloody knife.
It was like a spray bottle.
He had a spray bottle.
For the knife, yes.
Okay, describe the spray bottle for me, please.
It says cleaning, and it says bleach, and it's a spray bottle.
What color?
White.
Okay. He had a rag in the trunk?
A white. No, it was an RV.
I understand. But he had to get the knife and the spray bottle out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
So he would have to get a rag out of the trunk as well to wipe down the knife, right?
He wiped the knife at the RV.
In the RV?
Yes.
Okay, so how'd you see him wipe down the knife if he was in the RV?
He was standing in the middle.
The door was open?
An RV?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So describe this knife for me. What color was it?
It had a brown handle, and the pointy part was silver.
Brown handle, silver blade, right?
Yes.
And how could you tell it was bloody?
'Cause it had red stuff all over it.
Covered in blood?
Yes.
Blood dripping off it?
Yeah. No.
You could just see a lot of blood on it.
There was a lot, but it wasn't dripping off of it. But
Okay.
there was a lot.
Okay. So Henry sprays this bloody knife down right in front of you. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And he's, what, 5 feet from you, 6 feet from you when he's doing this?
I don't know how many feet.
Okay, well, you're in the passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And you can see Henry very clearly, right?
Through the back window, yes.
Yep. He can see you, right?
No.
You can see him, but he can't see you?
Yes.
How do you figure that?
My seat was leaned back. Like,
Okay. And it's your testimony that this bloody knife then, Henry takes a spray bottle, cleans it off, wipes it down, and takes it into the RV, all within, I'm going to say 10, 20 feet of you, right?
yes.
Risking the fact that you may see it, right?
I think so.
And it's your testimony that your dad came back, and picked you up, and took you someplace where he covered up some crime scene and sprayed bleach, right?
Yes.
And your dad came back and picked you up and sprayed down a knife, which may be evidence of a crime, in front of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the fishing pole and Henry going fishing, today's the first time we hear about that too, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that just a detail you happen to remember between the last time we talked and today?
No, I remember everything.
Okay, so you chose not to tell us when we were
I
asking you
barely
questions?
talk.
Excuse me?
I barely talk.
You barely talk.
Yes.
Okay. So when people ask you questions, you just answer them the way you want?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Notorious, I think you talk more than you give yourself credit for, and let me tell you why. Remember the day Breasia disappeared, you went on a ride with the police, right?
Yes.
And your mom went along for this, right?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that your memory, the day Breasia disappeared, was probably better than your memory is today.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. So you think your memory's better today than it was?
It's always good.
It's always good. Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever told the police a lie?
No.
Have you ever told the police false facts?
Facts.
Just true facts?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you recall the police driving you around that afternoon, between 3, 4 in the afternoon, and they took you down near the water by Credit Island, you and your mom?
Yes.
And they took you by a bait shop, and you said you remembered the bait shop.
I don't recall.
Okay. If an officer would testify that you said you remembered the bait shop, or there's a recording of it, that would be true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You recall that the officers went to a lagoon area,
Oh, what?
a pond area at your direction, and the police said you said that Dad parked in the gravel parking lot and went fishing?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
You also recall telling him that day that Dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I didn't. Yes.
You told them that, right?
Yes.
And that's the day your sister disappeared, right?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
It is.
So today, you're saying your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I don't know.
You don't know if your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
No.
You also told the police that when Dad went fishing with 6 guys, you had to stay in the car, right?
Yes.
You also told them, in response to a question where they asked you where Henry went, and you directed them to a tree line to the west area of the entrance of Credit Island. Do you recall doing that?
No.
If the police have a recollection of that, or there's a recording showing that, would you dispute that?
What do you mean?
Would a police officer lie about that if he said you said that?
Objection.
No.
You can't ask a witness to comment on another person's credibility.
Withdrawn. Do you recall telling them where your dad went fishing with the 6 guys?
Credit Island?
Okay. Do you recall getting out of the car and physically walking with them?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
You don't recall walking into the tree line, stopping, pointing to the ground and said, Dad was standing right here?
Huh?
You don't recall getting out of the car, walking the police over to the tree line of the pond by Credit Island, stopping and saying, Dad was standing right here?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Was that true?
Yes, it was.
So Dad took you there as well that day?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And there were 6 guys with him, right?
They wasn't with him. They was already there.
Okay. Did Dad talk to those 6 guys?
I don't know. I did not even see him when you walked all the way back there.
You also remember your dad saying, as you were out driving that day, come on, Bree.
I don't recall.
If a police officer says you relayed that to him, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall after Breasia was found that an officer came to your house and shared the news?
Yes.
You then also told police a different story, didn't you?
I didn't tell no cops no different story.
You didn't tell the police that you were present when Breasia was shot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, you're making me mad and upset.
I understand that. You don't know or you don't recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall telling the police that you and Breasia and Henry and Andrea Culberson were all out at the location where she was found and Henry shot her?
I didn't say Andrea was with us.
Well, who'd you say was with you?
Him, me, and my sister.
Oh, so now you recall,
Huh.
right?
No, I don't.
You,
I don't know anything.
You just don't want to answer, do you?
I do, but you're...
What do you recall?
What do I recall?
You obviously recall that Andrea wasn't there, so you recall facts. What do you recall?
Us 3 there?
At the location where Breasia was killed?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't testify to that today, right?
Yes.
Because that's not true, right?
If you say it's not true.
I'm asking you.
I guess.
I guess, or either it is or it isn't. Either you were there when she was killed or you weren't.
I said, I guess.
I don't accept that answer, sir. Either you were there when she was shot or you weren't.
I was there. Damn.
So you were there.
Yes.
You saw your dad shoot Breasia Terrell.
Yes.
Okay. And how come you didn't say that when the prosecutor asked you? Because it's not the truth, right?
Everything I say is true.
Okay, so the whole story about with the bloody knife and going to Walmart, you just conveniently left out the fact that you saw your sister get shot when the prosecutor was asking you?
I didn't leave it out. I didn't speak about it. I hate speaking about it.
Did you and the prosecutor talk about this ahead of time?
In private, yeah.
And you just told her not to ask you about it because you don't like to speak about it?
I didn't tell her not to.
Okay. Well, your testimony today is you saw Henry Dinkins shoot your sister.
Yes.
What kind of gun did he use?
I don't know.
How close were you to the incident?
A couple feet.
Okay, was it a pistol or a long gun?
How am I supposed to know what it is?
You were a couple feet away. That's
I
how you're
maybe
supposed
saw
to
it, but I
answer.
don't know what it is.
Okay, what color was the gun?
Silver.
Okay, was it a gun that you hold up to your arm like this, or was it one you just hold in your hand?
I don't know.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only come up with this story after you heard someone else talk about it?
No.
Okay. You didn't overhear police or your mom talking about how Breasia was killed and come up with this story?
I talk about what I saw, not what they talking about. What I saw.
Okay.
Not them.
Okay. You didn't make this report about what you saw until after Breasia was found, right?
I knew the whole story.
And you didn't tell the whole story when Breasia disappeared, did you?
I said I barely talk about it. I said that first before I got up here.
Okay, so it's your testimony that your mom and your family and everybody else is out searching for your sister. Okay? You know what happened, but you don't tell anybody, right?
No.
Okay, so your mom's out there literally scavenging every possible place to find the daughter that she loves. And you know that she's been shot, and you know where she is. And you let your mom go out and search that way?
I told her where she was.
You told your mom where she was,
Yes.
right away.
Not right away, but someday after that.
So you're telling me now that you told your mom you knew where she was and where to find her, and your mom did not go look for her?
She did go look for her.
And didn't find her?
At that same place. She did.
Well, we'll ask her. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dee, Bree went missing about 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
You would have been 8 years old at that time. If you're 11 now, 8 years old back then.
Yeah.
And you talked about going over to a guy's house and that Bree was with you when you went over to that guy's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen when your dad first picked you up from, I'm sorry, when Henry picked you up from your grandma's house?
Yes.
So he picked you up from your grandma's house and then you went over to a guy's house.
Yes.
And what did Henry do while you guys were at that guy's house?
He was outside and we was inside.
So that happened before you went over to Andrea's apartment.
Yeah.
And so then you went back to, or after you left that guy's house, is that when you went to Andrea's apartment?
Yes.
And what happened when you got there?
We was playing games.
And where were you when you played games?
I was in the living room and she was in the bedroom.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point then, did the two of you go to bed?
Yes,
And where did you fall asleep?
in the bedroom.
At some point, did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yes,
Where was Bree?
not to be found.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about fishing. Remember those questions? Now, you were asked those questions about you driving around with the police on the day that Breasia was reported missing. You remember those questions? And they took you down to Credit Island?
Yes,
And you told the police about your dad fishing during that conversation on July 10th, the day she went missing, right?
yes.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked some questions about some other guys that may have been fishing as well. Did you actually see any other people fishing?
I barely can see them.
Were they just so far away?
Way far, yeah.
How did you know they were fishing?
They had fishing poles also.
And did Henry say anything about fishing that morning?
No,
But you saw him with the fishing pole?
yes.
Dee, when was the last time that you saw Breasia?
We was at Andrea's house.
And was she in the bedroom at that time?
Yes,
Did you ever see her again after that?
that last time.
The last time?
Yeah,
When was the last time?
when she got shot.
Were you afraid to tell people that you saw her get shot?
Yes, I was.
Why?
Because it's hard to talk about.
Were you scared?
No,
Were you worried you might get in trouble?
somewhat like that.
I don't have any further questions.
You may step down. Ms. Cunningham, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Aisha Langford to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name's Aisha Langford. Aishia. Last name Langford, Lankford.
Okay. Miss Langford, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay. Do you have any children?
I do. I have 3 children.
And we're using initials for your oldest child and your youngest child. What are the initials of your oldest child?
Initials is CLS.
Okay. And what was CLS's age back in July of 2020?
CJ would have been about 14, I want to say, I believe.
Okay. What's his date of birth?
It's, November 20th, 2006.
2006, all right. And so then, actually, he hadn't yet had his 14th birthday, if we're talking about July of 2020. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
All right, so the child would have been 13.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then, what is the name of your second child?
My second child is Breasia Terrell. The initials?
No, we're using Breasia's name, but just
Okay.
for the other 2 children, we're using initials. And then, what is Breasia's date of birth?
Her date of birth is 12/4/2009.
How old was Breasia then, as of July of 2020?
She was 10.
All right. And then finally, your youngest child,
Name or just initials?
just initials for him.
DRL.
Okay. And then what was DL's age back in July of 2020?
He would have been 8.
All right. Now let's talk about the personalities of your children. Your oldest child, how would you describe him as an individual?
It's CJ. Well, for the most part, he's very active. He's smart. He's very helpful and a funny guy.
All right. And then Breasia?
She was a true teller, very caring. She helped out a lot, secondary mom in the house for the most part. She was real good. She was very loving.
All right. And as the only female child, in terms of how she would conduct herself relative to her brothers, how would you describe that?
Rough, but more like, I'm the other mom here when mom's not.
Not around?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Breasia, did she have any type of disabilities?
She had something going on, I want to say with her right eye. It was like a lazy eye, so she was like losing a little sight out of that one.
Okay. And then how about with respect to her hearing?
Yeah, it was messing up here and there. Also on that, I want to say that right side as well. She couldn't really hear a little bit.
All right. And then how would you describe your youngest son, DL?
The Taurus. He's piece of work, but he's amazing, He's very caring, still loving, and very helpful. And he's a big protector for the most part.
Okay. Now, as for the children's grandmother, what is the name of the children's maternal grandmother?
Donita Gardner.
Could you spell Donita Gardner for our record?
Of course, it's DONITA GARDNER.
Okay. And then is Mrs. Garner actively involved as a grandmother in the children's lives?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she definitely involved in the children's lives during the time frame of July of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let's talk about the father of DL. What is the name of the father of DL?
Henry Dinkins.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for purposes of the record?
He's wearing this manila-looking shirt, I guess, sitting right next between his little lawyers.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
The record so reflect.
Okay. And was Mr. Dinkins the father of either CS or Breasia?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Now, how old were you when you met Mr. Dinkins?
I was about 18.
All right. And at that time, then, did you already have Cardell and Breasia?
Yeah, I just had Breasia a couple months prior to meeting him.
All right. How old was Mr. Dinkins when you met him?
Mr. Dinkins told me he was in his late 20s.
Okay. Did you later find out that that was not true?
Yes.
Okay. And was there quite an age difference between the two of you?
Yes, about a 19-year difference.
Okay. How long were the two of you involved in a relationship with one another?
For like a year or two.
Okay. And then during the course of that relationship, then did you become pregnant with DL?
I did.
All right. If you were to describe Mr. Dinkins' involvement with Breasia's life during the period of a year or so that you were dating him, did he really have a lot of involvement with Breasia?
He was around. He helped out and looked out for him and everything like that.
Okay. Did you consider him to be a father figure of Breasia?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Okay. But then was there a period of time that he was no longer actively involved in your life?
Yes, when he got incarcerated.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, so then stepping out beyond that, how long did your relationship last with Mr. Dinkins after you conceived DL?
Probably a few months, maybe.
Okay, all right. Talking about the course of the 8-year period of time up to July of 2020, was Mr. Dinkins a regular figure within your life or the children's life?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, all right. Did Breasia consider him to be a father figure at all?
For the most part, yes, she looked up to him.
Okay, all right. Was Mr. Dinkins somebody that was actively involved in Breasia's life over the course of her 10 years?
No.
Was it something that was very sporadic?
And what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Just, occasionally, there'd be occasional contact throughout
yes.
the course of her 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2020. Had Mr. Dinkins been a part of your life or the children's lives leading up to the summer of 2020?
Yes, we used to do barbecues down at the river. He would come down, so he would spend time with Detorius more. So we just hang out down there and make, hot dogs and stuff like that with the kids and family.
Okay, and when you say that we were involved in cookouts down at the river, who was responsible for putting on those cookouts?
I mean, it was just something that we all just come together, and it was just something that just kind of took place when we got down there.
Okay, was it like your circle of friends and people that Mr. Dinkins would have known?
Yes.
Okay, and then during June of 2020, did you have some contact with Mr. Dinkins by virtue of those cookouts down by the river?
Yes.
All right. Was DL down at those cookouts?
Yes, he was.
Would CS have been down for the cookouts?
Yes, he was.
And then would Breasia have been down there for the cookouts?
Yes.
Now, did you ever meet a woman by the name of Andrea Culberson?
I did.
When did you first meet Andrea Culberson?
I met her in the grocery store back in June with Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Did they happen to be at a grocery store that you had gone shopping at?
Yes, me and my mom had went shopping, and I had ran into him, and he had introduced us.
Okay. And so then during that month of June, when you talked about there being some cookouts, had Andrea Culberson been down to a cookout, at least one cookout, there that summer that you had occasion to sit and visit with her?
Yes, she was down.
Okay. And then as far as just your opportunity to meet and visit with Miss Culberson down at the cookouts, how would you describe the two of you, as far as hitting it off and, really identifying with one another?
I mean, for the most part, I thought she was okay, We were just talking and things like that, and, just getting to know one another, and I didn't see anything different with her. Like, she seemed like a nice person.
Absolutely. Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to events of July 8th of 2020.
Okay.
Does that set the stage for events that played out on July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Describe what you were doing that day that really set the stage for events that developed on July 9th and led into what occurred on July 10th of 2020.
Well, July 8th, I was trying to get a hold of Mr. Dinkins' number because I knew he might have had some landlord numbers or whatever. and we were driving and to a friend's house, and I had saw him at the Quick Shop on 53rd.
Okay.
And Tori said, "That's my dad." So I had pulled over, and we were talking. We exchanged numbers. He told me that he would take the Tories for a couple of days for me.
Okay, and then so by virtue of that, were there concrete plans that were established there at the Quick Shop as to when Mr. Dinkins would be picking up DL?
Yes, he said that he will come get the Tories on the 9th. And I said, well, just let me know so I'm able to call my mom because I had to work.
Okay, all right. Relative to those plans, who did those plans include of your children?
It include the Tories.
And that was the only child to go?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any intention for Breasia to go and spend a few days with Mr. Dinkins?
No.
All right. And did you even feel comfortable with Breasia going and spending a few days with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. But that was not the plan?
No, it wasn't the plan.
Where were you employed?
I was employed at Checkers Rally on East Locust.
All right. So just to set a perspective, are you familiar with Sudlow Junior High there on East Locust?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, across the street, yes.
Okay. Is Checkers located within that vicinity?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if Sudlow would be on the north side of, Locust Street, is Checkers on the opposite side, on the south side of Locust Street?
Yes.
Okay. What hours did you typically work at the Checkers there on East Locust?
Typically, I worked at 11 to 4.
All right. Were you scheduled to work on July 9th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your scheduled hours, if you have some recollection?
I had to work 11 to 4, but I had stayed an extra hour because staff hadn't made it in yet.
All right. So then you worked a little bit later than that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to July 8th if we could. Now, you've run into Mr. Dinkins there at the Quick Shop, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, then, did the two of you exchange numbers?
Yes.
All right. Did you not previously have his telephone number within your phone?
I had his phone number, but I had rebooted my phone because me and an ex-girlfriend broke up, so I had switched my number and things and rebooted the phone. So I didn't have his number, it didn't save, and my mom couldn't pull it up or remember it.
All right. After you received his number then on that date, did you add that to your contact list?
Yep, I added the Tory's daddy on as my contact, yes.
All right. So if you were to receive a call from Mr. Dinkins' telephone number, the name that would populate on the phone would be what?
D. Tory's daddy.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96-1, consisting of pages 1 through 7. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96-1 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 96-1?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 96-1?
I recognize it because it looks a bit like my phone records.
Okay. Now, at the top of that document, in the middle section, is there a caption that identifies what telephone number this cell phone log applies to?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Right in the middle at the top.
No, not saying it, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Directing your attention to that middle heading. Looking at that, does that identify which telephone number these records belong to?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that telephone number?
It's 563-676-4247.
Do you recognize that number?
I do.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right. And then as you look at pages 1 through 7, does this, what date range does it include as far as incoming and outgoing calls that were received on your phone?
July 8th, July 9th, July 10th,
Okay, all right.
from 2020.
All right. Does this document then reflect the different contacts that occurred between yourself and Mr. Dinkins involving calls either made or received from your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 96-1.
Exhibit 96-1 will be admitted.
Now, what I'd like to do, have we taken and highlighted portions from State's Exhibit 96.1, which will make it easier for us to identify the calls that we're going to be talking about?
I'm sorry.
Yes. Have we gone through and highlighted the relevant calls that we're going to be talking about through your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so will that make it just easier to pick out the various contacts that you had, either in incoming or outgoing calls from your phones to Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
For purposes of our record, could you please identify Mr. Dinkins' telephone number?
Of course, it's 563-726-4078.
Okay. Your Honor, may we publish this as we work through the various calls?
You may.
All right. Oh, here we go, right there. Okay. Now, starting with page 1. Let me start with page 1 here. Okay. And as we look at page 1, let's go through our first series, if we could. That very first entry, actually, the entries that we're seeing on this first page, what are the dates of the calls that were either received or you made to his cell phone?
You said the times?
The date.
The dates, they're July 8th of 2020.
Okay? And then just walk us through the number of entries that we have. So how many entries do we have highlighted here?
I see 6 so far on this page,
All
but there's
right.
more on the next one.
We're going to focus on page 1.
All right.
As we look at the mobile roll, were these incoming or outgoing calls on the 8th?
Yes, they were outgoing. Outbound.
Were these calls that you were making to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that being said, the time frames for these calls, how is that reflected? Is it reflected in military time or just what would be normal time that any of us would recognize?
Military time.
And then do you understand the adjustments to make when there are times reflected for a call based on military time?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Well, say for example, if we look at that first call that you made, what is the time that you made that call?
5:46 p.m.
Okay, and then so is that appearing as 1746
Yes, ma'am.
military time?
Mhm.
So essentially, are you subtracting 5 hours from that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. So 5:46, how long did that last?
About 10, it looks about 10 seconds, it looks like.
The time of our next call,
It was 5:47,
how long did that last?
6 seconds.
The time of our next call,
It looks about, I think this is like 8 o'clock,
okay? So 2100 hours, if that's what?
9, it's like
9.
8 or 9.
No, okay, 9 o'clock, how long was that?
The duration time,
Yeah,
24 seconds.
I'm sorry, not 5 hours, 12 hours. Okay, the time of our next call,
It was 21:02 and it was 34 seconds.
the time of our next call,
21:02 and it was 0 seconds.
the time of our next call,
21:05 and that was also 0 seconds.
all right, and the time of our next call.
21:05 and it was 3 seconds.
All right. When we look at either there being no connection or just a very limited time associated with that, were you able to make any direct contact with Mr. Dinkins where the two of you were having conversations?
No, it was more like kind of like a telephone type of tag thing, and then it started in text messages was being passed.
All right, so now let's go ahead and let's go to page 2 if we could. During this period of time then, what is it that what is the purpose of the calls?
The purpose of the calls was I was at first grabbing this number, so I had to call a couple times, so then he would be able to have my number as well. And then also to kind of try to figure out a good time and things like that for the tourists to be able to go.
All right, now, we're going to page 2. Does page 2 involve different dates then between July 8th through July 10th?
Yes, July 9th.
All right. Now, how many calls are either going to Mr. Dinkins' phone or coming into your phone on July 8th on this page? And let's count our highlighted sections.
I see 7 from July 8th on this one.
Okay. All right. And then tell us what we're looking at in terms of date or time ranges.
I'm sorry, I'm not following that question.
Yeah. And then what times are these calls being made?
2106, I see 2109, 2109, 2109, 2252, 2254, 2255.
Okay, so 2,100 hours military time equates into what? If we minus 12,
It's like 9.
okay? And then for 2,200 hours, if we subtract 12, what does that equate into in terms of standard time?
10 p.m.
Were these incoming or outgoing calls that you were making?
These are outbound calls.
And then during this series of calls on July 8th, explain what it is that you are trying to establish.
I was trying to establish how long the tourist would be with them and when he was going to be able to pick them up and the location of his pickup.
All right. As we look at the duration of those calls, in the duration of those calls, were you able to make contact with him through, any type of telephone conversation?
I don't recall, but there's a few of them like 32 seconds, 40 seconds, and things like that.
Okay. And are there several that are 0 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let's go to our next date range. July 9th.
Okay.
How many entries reflect contacts either between yourself or Mr. Dinkins during the date of July 9th?
Looks about 7 on this one. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Now, you indicated that you went to work at what time?
I had went to work about, I don't even recall the exact time I had went to work on the 9th. I'm sorry.
All right. Your typical schedule, though, starts at what time?
My typical schedule started at 11, but there was times where I was going in early. Sometimes it would be like 10, sometimes 11 or earlier.
All right. And if you went in earlier, what would that be attributable to?
I'm sorry.
If you went in earlier, what would that be attributable to?
I'm not understanding that question.
Sure. If you went in earlier, what would be the cause of that?
Because we were short-staffed.
Gotcha. All right. So then take us through our activity on July 9th. Are there any inbound calls that are coming from Mr. Dinkins' telephone number?
Sorry. Outbound. There's a lot of outbounds. I don't think I see any inbounds.
Okay, go to our first entry on July 9th. Is that an inbound call from Mr. Dinkins?
On July 8th, you said?
No, I'm looking at July 9th. And let me approach. Going down here.
Yep.
All right, okay. All right, so the first call on July 9th, is that an inbound call or an outbound call?
That was an inbound.
Okay, what time do you receive, or what time does that call, is it made to your phone?
10:40 a.m.
Okay, and then what's the duration of that call?
79 seconds.
Okay, and then is there subsequent activity between your phone and Mr. Dinkins' phone that shows that there's no connection?
I'm not understanding that question either.
Is there several calls after that where there's no communication at all, or attempts, like no conversations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, based on duration of call, which would be how many seconds?
Like 0, it looks like.
All right. Now, in that first call for 79 seconds, do you know if you had a conversation with Mr. Dinkins or not?
I don't recall.
All right. But at any rate, before Mr. Dinkins went to your mother's house to pick up the children, did you have any solid idea of what the plans were going to be?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
The plans were going to be that the tourist was going to go with Mr. Dinkins for 3 to 5 days.
Okay. And then did you know what time he was going to be picking Detorius up? And if you don't remember, that's fine.
No, he had, I want to say he called or he texted, I can't recall exactly, but he called or texted and said that he was going to be on his way. I thought it was probably around like 11 a.m., but I remember him saying to let my mom know that he was on his way, and I had quickly called my mom and told him to get the tourist ready.
Gotcha. All right. Now, let's go ahead and let's move on to our next page. And I want to talk about the third page of this particular exhibit. Is there continued communications or attempts at communications on July 9th between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. And just take a moment to look at the activity. We won't go through that line by line, but look at the time of it so that you can get a perspective. And then once you have a perspective, describe your memory of what was developing throughout the rest of the day.
Okay, so it looks like I called, there's an outbound call at 3:31.
All right? And then as we move later into the afternoon, is there more definitive contact where you can see that there were conversations that were lasting for at least a little bit of time?
Yes, I also see a few outbound calls, like around like 4:05, 4:17 for like 34 seconds to like 31 seconds. Yeah.
And then as you move later into the afternoon, after you would have gotten off work, do you see communications?
Yes.
And how long are those communications lasting?
The inbound call looks about 83 seconds. One was 188 seconds.
All right. Tell us what happened after you got off work.
Well, I got off work because I remember telling Dinkins that I was going to grab some clothes and jump in the shower and head that way.
Okay.
So I was just going to say that I was just jumping in the shower and head that way to drop clothes off.
Okay. Did you receive any calls that day from your mother to indicate that another one of your children went with Mr. Dinkins other than just DL?
Yes, after we had got done with the rush, maybe it was probably like after like 2 p.m., 3 p.m., she was saying that Breasia had went along, and then I had got the text stating that she was with Dinkins.
Okay. Were you surprised by that?
Not necessarily.
All right. Then as a mother, once you learned that Breasia had gone along, did that alter what you were going to do by way of going over to the residence where the children would be located?
Yes, I just made sure that I grabbed both of them night clothes and clothes for the next day.
Okay. All right. Now, when you got off work then, describe what you did.
So when I got off work, I drove to my mom's house on 63rd Street, and I got in the shower, and I made sure that I grabbed a bag and I packed up some clothes, and then I had gotten contact, with Mr. Dinkins to figure out exactly the exact location of where he was, so that I was able to get those clothes dropped off because I seen that there was a storm coming.
All right. I'd like to direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 38. I'd like for you just to come down, and I want you to examine this particular exhibit. And then if you could, tell us what was the address of your mother's residence?
It was 614 West 63rd Street.
Go ahead and go back there and state that into the microphone so that we can hear that.
It was 614 West 63rd Street.
To give us perspective, where is that located here in Davenport?
Off Brady.
Off of Brady? When we think of like the northern or the southern part of Davenport, is it located near I-80?
Yes.
Okay, and then is it more on the western side or the eastern side toward the Bettendorf border?
More of the western.
Okay, now go back to the exhibit, and then I want you to go ahead and circle your mother's residence. And looking at that, was there a specific entry made to reflect your mother's residence? Okay? And don't say anything because we can't hear you. Go ahead and circle that. Take your seat. Is there a specific descriptor on State's Exhibit number 38 that identifies the location of your mother's address?
Yes.
All right. Where were you and the children living during this period of time?
At my mom's address at 614 West 63rd Street.
Okay. Had you been living there long?
Yeah, probably a few weeks, possibly.
Okay. And so had there been some transition from your previous residence moving over to your mother's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you completely unpacked all of your belongings and the children's belongings by the events of July 9th through July 10th?
No, our things were actually in storage, and I had just like our clothes that we had on hand in the back of the truck.
Okay. What type of vehicle were you operating during that period of time?
I was driving a Ford Escape.
Sure. So then when you packed up clothing for Detorius and Breasia to go over to Andrea Culberson's, where were you collecting those belongings from?
At my mom's house in the back. I just popped the trunk. It was just going through the clothes.
Sure. What types of clothing items did you package up for the children?
I had packed up, I can't exactly recall the exact things that I packed, but I packed up some pajamas, and then I had packed up an outfit for both of them for the next day.
Okay. Did you specifically include pajamas for each of the children in the bag of clothing that would have gone over?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was it simply one bag of clothing, or was there multiple bags of clothing that went over, if you recall?
It was just one bag.
One bag of clothing. And then, did you have any idea what Breasia was wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked her up?
No.
All right. And then did you have any idea what Detorius was wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked him up, or DL was wearing when he picked him up?
No.
All right. Does that later factor into some discussions and potential confusion that you had with the police department about what Breasia would have been wearing when she came up missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about footwear. At the point that Breasia came up missing, was law enforcement interested in identifying what clothing and shoes she would have been wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What information, if you recall, did you provide them about potential clothing and or footwear that Breasia would have been wearing?
Like the shoes and things. Well, once I was able to look in the back of the trunk and see the shoes that possibly was missing, because my mom wasn't quite sure. So that's when I was like, okay, I remember her having, the white flip-flops, a pair of pink flip-flops, and then she had a pair of slides. They were white, and it had aqua blue trimming, and then the bottom it was like a soft cushion part, and it was an aqua blue as well.
Okay. Were those the three descriptions then of possible shoes Breasia was wearing when she would have gone over to the Dinkins residence to spend that couple of days?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. At any rate, let's go ahead and let's talk about that. So then you get off work.
Yes, ma'am.
Pick up from the apartment. Where do you return to?
I returned, I had went from Checkers back to my mom's house at 614 West 63rd Street. And I took a shower like I said I was, got the kids' clothes, and then got in contact with Mr. Dinkins to figure out where he was. And I started driving that way when he was giving me a good description of the area I was supposed to be going to.
What description did Mr. Dinkins provide to you that prompted where you first went?
Well, at first he said Jersey Ridge, and I'm like, oh, Jersey Ridge? I was thinking there's like another apartment complex over by Capri College, so I was going to head that way. And he was like, no. He said it was like going towards that Walmart or something like that, and I was like, okay, all right, I think I know where you are.
All right. Did you end up going to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located right next to Costco there on 53rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went over to the apartment complex, was this an area that you were familiar with?
Yes, I worked in the area.
Okay. Now, this particular apartment complex, did you have any friends or family that lived there?
No,
Okay. Other than going over that date, was this a location that you had ever gone and spent time at before?
no,
Had any of the children ever been over to this particular apartment complex to spend time?
no,
Would this have been an apartment complex that DL would have been familiar with?
no,
Would this have been an apartment complex that Breasia was familiar with?
no,
Was this an apartment complex that CS was familiar with?
no.
Before we talk a little bit further about that, I want to talk about sleep patterns, just between you and your 3 children. How would you describe your sleep pattern when you go to bed at night?
I'm out like a light.
All right. If you were to describe CS's sleep pattern, how would you describe that?
Like, the same. We both, once we're down, we're down.
How about Breasia?
Yeah, when she's down for the most part. Yes.
Okay. And then DL?
Same.
All right. Was Breasia ever known just to wake up and wander off?
No,
Okay. Was Breasia ever known to engage in sleepwalking?
no,
Okay. Was Breasia a child who, would just take off on her own?
no,
Okay. And if Breasia was in a location that she wasn't familiar with, would she be the type of child that would leave that location, just to search out mom or grandma?
no.
Okay? If Breasia didn't feel comfortable in a location that she was at, what would she do?
She would try to first contact my oldest sister or myself, or a number, or just someone that she knows, so then, they're able to figure out, they're able to figure out exactly where she is and things.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go ahead and jump back into where we were at relative to your questioning. So once you gathered the children's clothing, did you respond to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
Yes,
Okay. Did you reach out and try to communicate with anyone to let them know that you were on your way?
I had reached out to Dinkins and told him,
Okay. And when you say Dinkins, who do you mean?
Henry.
All right. Did either Breasia or Detorius have a cell phone with them that they would have been able to take to the apartment?
No, they didn't have a cell phone with them.
Okay. So then as far as your ability to communicate with anyone, whose phone would you have to telephone?
Henry Dinkins.
All right. Did Mr. Dinkins have your telephone number before the children went to spend time with him on July 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How are you sure of that?
Because I gave it to him, and he also had my mom number as a backup, so he had contact.
Okay. Describe what happened then when you went over to the complex.
I sat out there. I talked to Breasia for a little bit because she was holding her dog. She was trying to go in with the dog and things, and she was letting me know that she was learning how to be an AT&T agent, and she was really excited about it.
Okay. When you got there to the complex then, did you never go inside the apartment?
No, I actually sat outside because she had came running around the building complex of the apartment. She ran around.
Okay. And then did Breasia come meet you at the car?
Yeah, she met me at the car.
All right. So now tell us about the family pet. Had you taken a family pet with you?
Yes, I had her dog.
Okay. When Breasia saw that her little dog was in the vehicle, how did she react?
And she was pretty excited. She was like, "Ooh, mommy." And I'm like, "Yeah, you can't take her," because she tried to take her inside. I'm like, "They ain't gonna want that dog inside that house." So I took her back, and she was like, "Oh, okay. I love you. Bye."
Okay. Was the clothing handed off to Bree to take into the apartment?
Yes, it was.
And then did you have any direct contact with Mr. Dinkins or Andrea Culberson when you dropped the clothes off there at the apartment?
No, I just headed home.
All right. Let's discuss the weather.
Okay.
Tell us about the weather conditions that evening. What time do you believe you would have dropped clothing off there at the apartment complex?
Around about maybe a little before 6:30 or a little after 6:30-ish.
Now, let's go back to our state's exhibit 96-1, and then if you could, staying with page 3 of this exhibit, our last 3 entries, tell us what those time frames are for ingoing or outgoing calls, and let's be specific. All right, the first entry, is that an inbound call or an outbound call?
First entry here is inbound call.
So who would have been making the call?
It would have possibly been, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, if you look in the left column, it will say calling number. What was the calling number?
Calling number was Dinkins' number.
All right. How long did that call last?
It lasted 123 seconds.
And then what time did that call come in?
About 6:03.
All right. And then our next entry, is that an inbound or an outbound call?
That's an outbound call.
Who's making that call?
I'm actually making that call at this moment.
And what's the time frame of that?
It is 6:21.
And how long does that call last?
241 seconds.
All right. So does this give us a perspective of when you would have been having conversations with Mr. Dinkins about where to go?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
When you left the apartment complex, describe what developed.
Leaving the Jersey Meadows apartments.
Correct.
Well, I was gonna go to a friend's house because I thought I would have been able to beat the rain, but because it was just drizzling out, and then it started coming down, so I started coming back towards my mom's house, and I ended up getting caught and I couldn't see, so I ended up pulling over, and so it slowed down a bit, and I called my mom and told her that I pulled over because the rain was coming down too bad and I couldn't see.
Okay. What street were you heading down when this heavy rainstorm broke out?
I was heading on 53rd.
Okay. And then how far were you traveling east toward Bettendorf or west the other direction towards your mom's apartment complex?
West towards my mom's apartment complex.
Where did you have to pull over because the rainstorm was so heavy you couldn't see?
I had pulled over by, there's like this, it's like a liquor store, and then there's a apartment complex, like a candlelight apartment complex over there, and there's North across the street up there.
And when you say North, are you talking about North High School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What did you do then because it was so heavy, the rain was so heavy?
I sat in the car, listened to my music playing with the dog, and I had called my mom and told her I had got caught in the rain.
Okay.
And I told her I'd be home as soon as the rain slowed down a little bit to where I was able to see.
All right. How long, if you have any idea, but how long did you have to sit there before you were able to start driving again?
Maybe, estimate probably like 10, 15 minutes or so.
All right. And was it an extremely heavy rainstorm during that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Does that become something that is very relevant to discovers once Breasia's body was found? And if you don't know the answer to that, that's just fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You just know that it was raining really hard on July 9th.
Yeah, it was getting down out there.
Okay. What happened next?
Once it slowed down a bit, I drove back to my mom's house, and when I came in, I instantly just grabbed my covers and I laid on the couch with the dog, and my oldest son had laid right in front of the couch in front of me, and I just went to sleep.
Okay. Did you sleep through the evening?
Yes.
Were you scheduled to work on July 10th?
I was scheduled to work at 11 to 8.
Okay. And did that end up changing?
Yes, it did.
We won't discuss that just yet, but let me ask you this. After you went down on the couch at your mother's on July 9th, was there any attempted communication by your children, either of your two children, over at Henry Dinkins' apartment and yourself?
I didn't have any contact, but when I had woke up to use the restroom, I noticed that I had a missed call or two from Dinkins' number.
Okay. And then did you answer either of those calls?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to return the call?
I believe I tried to return the call. I'm not quite sure. And I sent a text message because I also think that a text message was sent to me too.
Okay. And who was the text message from?
I was hoping one of my kids. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. All right. Did you respond thinking in kind that it was one of your children?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 96-1. And let's go to our next entries. Now, as we look at the next page in that center section, how many entries do we have highlighted for July 9th?
We have 3.
All right. Our first entry, who's the calling number?
Calling number is Dinkins.
What time does that call come in at?
I think it's 9/11.
All right. Then, our next entry, what's the calling number?
The calling number is Dinkins' numbers again.
What time?
It was 9:13.
What was the time elapsed between the first call and the second call?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
What was the time elapsed between the first call and the second call?
The time, that's 9:12.
Okay, so just a little over a minute?
Yes.
All right, and then our third entry, what's the calling number?
The third entry, that's, the calling number is, it's my cell phone number, 676-4247.
And then who are you calling?
Dinkins' phone.
All right, and then what time do you make that call?
I made that call at 9:16.
Was that call answered?
No, it wasn't.
So therefore, then, is it important to look at text communications that occurred relative to your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and let's set that exhibit aside for the time being.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96.2. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96.2, and I'd like for you to take a look at that document. For purposes of our record, this consists of 3 pages, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Langford, as you look at this, do you recognize the various text messages within this document?
I do.
Okay. Whose telephone number were these text messages either sent to or received from?
They were sent to, it looked like I was messaging a friend and,
And we're not going to talk about the specifics, but are these text messages that came in on your phone or that were sent from your phone?
yes, ma'am.
Do they cover the dates of July 8th through July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 96-2, consisting of pages 1 through 3.
96-2 will be admitted.
All right. We're going to work from the back page forward.
Okay.
Do our earlier dates start at the back page?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. All right. Looking at this particular exhibit, how many entries do we have on page 3?
We have 2.
Okay, let's look at our earliest entry. What's the date and time for that text message?
It is July 8th, 2020 at 10:55 p.m.
Now, do you see just below that what would be a UTC time?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see a -5?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand UTC time?
No, ma'am.
That's all right. I'll have an officer speak to that. But is it documenting a time based on UTC time?
Yes.
All right. Who is the text from?
Dinkins.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says call me.
All right. Now, let's go to the next entry. What's our date for that?
The next date is July 9th, 2020 at 10:45.
Who is sending that text?
Dinkins.
All right. And what's the nature of the text?
It looks like we were establishing exactly how long the tourists would be there.
And what does Mr. Dinkins indicate as far as the time frame that he was going to keep DL?
I'm keeping him for 3 to 5 days.
Okay. Let's go to page 2 of that document. Now, working our way from the bottom up, what's the nature of the text communication that's occurring between yourself and Mr. Dinkins? And if you could, tell us who's sending it, the date, and what's being said. And just read through all of those entries, working from bottom to top, that would be applicable.
Okay, so I got a sent message from Dinkins, July 9th, 2020 at 11:28 a.m.
That's UTC
Oh,
time?
I'm sorry. Yes, UTC time. Sorry. No, I had sent that message to him. I do apologize.
Sure.
It was me stating that I would bring Detorius some clothes and that Detorius was going to love that, to be able to spend time with him and for him to send me some pictures.
Sure. Next entry.
The next entry is July 9th, 2020 at 11:31 a.m.
UTC time?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
And it looked like a message that was coming from Dinkins' phone. It states, "I'm with his dad."
Okay. Did DL have a nickname?
Yes, he did.
What was his nickname?
Dink.
Okay. Our next entry?
Next entry is July 9th, 2020 at 11:36 a.m. UTC time. A message was sent. I was saying okay. And
Continue.
then- okay. Am I going just reading the Henry Dinkins messages or also friends?
Just read the messages between yourself and Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And then it looks like July 9th, 2020 at 2:50 p.m. UTC time. I got a message from Dinkins asking if I was off. And then July 9th, 2020 at 2:51 p.m. UTC time, Dinkins had texted again and asked what time was I getting off. And I sent the message back July 9th, 2020 around 3:31 p.m. UTC time, stating for what they giving you problems.
Okay, and explain that.
Well, I had put 4 because we were busy, so I was a quick text. So I was like, okay, I get off at 4. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, why are you trying to get in contact with me? Are they giving you a problem or something?
Okay, so you were wondering if the children were being ornery?
Yeah, because he was asking, like, was I off? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm at work and I'm going to bring him some clothes.
Sure, go ahead.
And let's see, I got July 9th, 2020 at 4:20 p.m. UTC time, sent message. It looks like it was about, it says, how about you just hit me because I hit your phone twice, all right?
Okay, and then were you sending that message to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Explain why you sent that text.
Because I want to say that he may have called me or something, Not exactly sure. I can't say for sure, but may have called or something that he wasn't answering, and I was at work, and I'm just like, just hit me whenever you're able to get the chance to.
What's our next entry?
Next entry is inbox July 9, 2020 at 5:26 p.m. UTC time. Dinkins texting me, telling me that it should ring.
Okay, and then from there?
I sent message at 5:26 p.m. UTC time. I told him okay. And then it looks like July 9, 2020 at 9:13 p.m. UTC time. A message said, "Good night, Mom."
And then do you respond to that message, "Good night, Mom"?
I respond to it, "Good night, I love you, Branding."
Okay. Now, let's focus on those times. UTC time, what I'd like for you to do is to subtract 5 from the time that's reflected. Are they accurate? Okay. Oh, hold on, give me a moment. Let me just double check to see if these are accurate for the time. Oh, you know what? They are accurate for the time. Okay. All right, so they are accurate for the time. Go ahead. What time does that come in then? Good night, Mom.
Let's see, that one comes in at 9:13 p.m.
Gotcha. All right, from there then?
From there, at 9:16 on July 9, 2020, I sent a message saying, "Good night, I love you, Branding." And then July 10th, 2020, at 8:08 a.m. UTC time, Dinkins text telling me to call him.
All right, and then I need to correct something for the record. So it looks like we actually have accurate times here, and we don't have to worry about the UTC time. So then your first text from Henry Dinkins came in at what time on July 10th?
On July 10th, the call me, it came in at, it looks like 8:08 a.m. Yes, 8:08 a.m.
All right. Put that aside, and we're going to discuss another topic. What ended up happening on July 10th relative to your work schedule?
Well, I had got woken up. My boss had called and asked could I come in. He probably called me about like maybe 7:42, 7:45-ish. Asked could I help come open up the store. They needed some openers. And I brushed my teeth and rushed out the door. I made it to Checkers maybe 7:59, 8 o'clock, 8:01, and clocked in.
And then when you got there to Checkers, did you clock in?
Yes, I clocked in, and then I got on the grill, and I got the text message, and I was trying to call.
All right. As we look at State's Exhibit 38, the area that you've circled where your mother was at, were you at that residence the entire time from when you got home after dropping off the children until you had to go into Checkers that morning?
Yes.
All right. And so was your cell phone always at that location?
Yes, it was.
And so therefore, with your cell phone at that location, can we assume that your cell phone would have never moved during that period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 95-1 and 95-2. Okay. May I approach?
You may.
Ms. Langford, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits -95-1 and 95-2. I want you to look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay. Just in general, what does this group exhibit consist of?
My work schedule for the week.
Okay. Would that encompass the date of July 9th of 2020 and July 10th
Yes.
of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. You want me to read the times?
Yeah, and just give me a moment if you could.
Okay.
Give me a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Langford, we're going to set that aside for the time being. I'll come back to that particular exhibit. I've got to do some checking on something. But at any rate, did you have a work schedule that showed that you were working on July 9th and July 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you were at work, and we see that entry for July 10th at 8:08, what developed from that point moving forward?
At work, or
Yeah.
just the day periodically? Well, so at 8:08, I had got a text that said, call me. I was trying to call Mr. Dinkins' phone. No answer. I want to say I called him twice. And then I sent a text message, and I told him that I wasn't going to play telephone. Call me when you get this message. I'm at work. And seconds later, he called me right back, and he asked me, was Bree with me? And I said, what you mean, is Bree with me? She wouldn't stay the night with you. I'm at work. That would make sense. And he was like, well, I just woke up, and she's gone.
I want to be very clear about that. Did he tell you that he just woke up and discovered that she was gone?
Yes, he did.
Did that conversation then occur after that first contact in your phone log showing that he called you at 8:08 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
When he told you that he just woke up and that Bree was gone, what was your reaction?
It was more just a feeling. The feelings had took over a lot, and emotions, and I was just yelling on the phone like, well, did you look around, you know? Because I kind of chucked it off because like, it didn't make any sense. Like, stop playing, you know, like how you just wake up and she's just gone, like she's just not there in the house. And I was asking about, of course, Andrea and Detorius, because they were in the house as well. And he was like, I don't know. I just woke up and she wasn't there. And I'm like, well, have you called the police? And he's like, I'm going down there right now, because he was saying he was looking for her. And I'm like, well, why are you looking for her? And that's when I got the texting family members, let them know that Henry had lost Breasia, and it didn't sound right. And my uncle insisted that I called the police, and I was at work, and I was just crying, and I called the police, and I was trying to describe Mr. Dinkins to the person that I was talking to on the phone, and they stated that there was no one down there that made a call or anything like that. So I had to get off the phone with them because I had to scroll through and get Mr. Dinkins' number because they were asking questions I didn't know. I didn't know what she was in. I didn't know what took place that night.
I would object at this point, and answer the narrative and ask another question.
I'll go ahead.
Sustain.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ask another question. And so then anyway, when you were communicating with someone, was that an individual at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what types of questions were they asking you?
They were asking me, like, what was the location, what was she wearing, and I didn't know what she was wearing. I know what I saw her in that night when I dropped off clothes, but I didn't know what she was wearing for the day. I couldn't be exact of the apartment because I didn't come in the apartment. I just pulled in front, and only he could have answered those, so I gave the lady the number that I had for his contact.
Okay. Would that have included the number that is reflected in your telephone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And then can you read that number into the record once again?
Yes. It's 563-726-4078.
When you provided that telephone number to, were you talking with a female or a male there at the Davenport Police Department?
I think I talked to both females.
Okay. And so let's clarify this. Initially, what number did you dial?
I called 911.
Describe what happened when you called 911.
I called 911 and I told her that my daughter was missing. Dinkins said that, you know, he woke up and she just wasn't there. And they told me, she said something about switching me over, and I got switched over to someone.
Okay. Would that have been a representative of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, like a non-emergency or something like that.
Sure. And then during this second contact, is this where you were being asked various questions in the process of trying to gather information?
Yes.
Okay. Then, once you provided Mr. Dinkins' telephone number to the lady there at the Davenport Police Department, what did she indicate that she was going to do?
She told me that she was,
Your Honor, Mona Varelli has already testified.
Just, hold on, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can't be talking over one another. There's no objection. Ms. Cunningham, you responded.
Your Honor, Mona Varelli has already testified to this, so this testimony has come in, and we've had that individual present in court, so at this point in time, the concerns about hearsay do not exist because we've had that individual testify.
Excuse me?
That is cumulative and redundant.
If you'd please use your microphone so I can hear.
That is cumulative and redundant.
Overruled.
You may answer.
so what, I'm sorry.
Sure. And the lady that you spoke with at the Davenport Police Department, what did she indicate she was going to do?
She stated that she was gonna get in contact with him to be able to get that correct address, because all I had was an apartment, like a name, and because that's all I could remember. And she told me that she was gonna call him and she was gonna get the information, and I was crying, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And she told me to stay at my job and wait, and someone would contact me or someone would come up to my job.
Okay, all right. By virtue of that directive, is that what you did initially?
That's what I did initially, yes. And my boss said, as I was sitting in the back, because I couldn't work, I was just crying because, I felt a crazy feeling. And so he was like, if that was my daughter, I would be down there at the police department. And I'm like, right.
Your Honor, this response is beginning narrative, is getting into hearsay, and I object and ask that another question be asked.
Sustained.
Okay. And then relative to the conversation that you had with your boss, did that direct the course of your conduct?
Yes, and I left.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to stop there. Have you had a chance to review the conversation that was recorded between yourself and the dispatcher when you called 911?
No.
No. Have you had a chance to hear it?
I heard a little bit of it.
Okay. And then did you recognize your voice in that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you had a chance to listen to this, was this the conversation you would have had with the dispatcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 77.
What's that?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 77. Is this the exhibit or disc that you had a chance to listen to recognize your voice and know that this was the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the State will move to introduce State's Exhibit Number 77.
No objection.
Exhibit 77 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish State's Exhibit 77?
You may.
Okay.
What's the emergency?
Well, I'm on my way back to my job. I took this rally at 21 East Locust.
Okay, you cut out. What's going on?
I'm on my way back to my inspectors at 1721 East Locust Street.
1721 East Locust, what's going on?
Well, my daughter was staying the night with my son's dad and my son, and I had went into work, and he had just called me and told me that he don't know how long she's been gone, nor what the hell she has on. She was last over by Jersey Meadows apartment.
How old is she?
She's only 9.
Okay, so you want to report her as missing?
Yes, because he doesn't know how long she's been gone, nor what she has on, or where she's even going. I haven't even got a call from her or anyone else.
Okay, let me give you another number so you can report her. You can file that report. Do you have something to write with?
Yes.
It's 563-326-7979.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. At this time, we will take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Department when you were referred to their general number after speaking with the dispatcher at 911. That being said, let's pick up from there and let's go ahead and we're going to go back to your telephone records if we could. When you received that inbound call on July 10th from Mr. Dinkins at 8:08 a.m., if you could, I'd like to reference you back to State's Exhibit 96-1. Do you have that before you?
No, I don't. I just have the schedule. Yeah, just so sit down.
Now, on page 4 of State's Exhibit 96-1, toward the bottom, do you see that first call that would have come in from Mr. Dinkins on July 10th at 8:08 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
What was the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
All right. From that point moving forward then, is there a number of telephone calls that appear on page 4 and going into page 5 of your call record?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, may we publish this?
You may.
All right.
Yeah, hang on to that.
How many calls after the unanswered call at 8:08 do we see on this particular page?
On this particular page, I see 3 after that 808 call.
Okay. All right. Who is the calling number in that left column?
That's actually my number.
All right. And then what number are you calling?
I'm calling Dinkins' number, the 726-4078.
Does this document show that those are all outbound calls from your number to Mr. Dinkins' number?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do all of those outbound calls on this page after that 8:08 time frame all occur on July 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could then articulate for our record the 3 successive outbound calls that you made and the duration associated with that. So just give us times and then the time that the call lasted.
All right, so I have 8:09 a.m., 34 seconds. I have 8:10 at 34 seconds and 8:10 again at just 24 seconds.
In those 3 outbound calls that you made, do you know if you were able to connect with Henry Dinkins, or are you just simply calling over and over and over trying to make the connect?
I was trying to make a connect.
All right. Let's go to our next page. How many highlighted calls then appear on our next page, which I'm going to identify as page 5 of State's Exhibit 96-1, and that would simply be the highlighted calls. How many are we seeing here?
We're seeing 6.
Okay. Now, let's go back and let's repeat that process if we could.
The process of times.
Yes. For those 6 calls, who's the calling number in the very first entry?
That's my call. I was calling out to Henry.
What's the time then that you placed that call to Mr. Dinkins?
It was at 8:11 a.m.
The duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Did he answer?
No, he didn't.
The next entry, what's the calling number?
The calling number is the 563-726-4078.
Mr. Dinkins' number?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then what time is that call coming into your phone?
It looks about like 8:11.
All right. If you were to give us the seconds, your call at 8:11 would be what? 8:11 and what, how many seconds?
120 seconds, that second call?
Oh, yeah, no, let me make this clear, just so that we understand the time elapsed. Okay, so got it? Okay, all right. So for your call, give us the seconds on that call. What time did you make it?
I made it at 8:13 a.m. that morning. 8:13, 39 seconds or something like that.
Is that 8:11-13 seconds?
I'm not exactly sure what you're looking at.
The very first entry.
Oh, the very first one. It's 0 seconds for the very first one because that was the call outbound. The inbound call was at 8:11 a.m. and 8:13. Well, hold on. The end call was at 8:13, it looks like.
Okay, how long did that call last?
That lasted me about 2 minutes.
All right, now let's go to our third call. Who's making that call?
I'm making that call to Mr. Dinkins again.
And then what time do you place that call?
I placed that call in at 8:15.
8:15 or 8:17?
That's 8:15 here. That's the end call. It's the end date. So am I looking at the end date or am I looking at the start date? I'm a little confused.
It may be that I didn't highlight one. All right, so give us the next call. Who's making that one?
Myself again, back to Dinkins.
Okay, and what's our time?
That is 8:18.
Yes, that's what I want.
So the end date time, okay.
All right, give me those times.
Okay, so
All right, so our third entry.
third entry was at 8:17.
Okay, who's making that call?
I'm making that call to Dinkins.
Okay, our next highlighted call. Who's making that call?
That's myself again, reaching back out to Dinkins
At what time?
at 8:19.
All right, and then our next entry.
The next entry is me calling Mr. Dinkins again at about 8:26.
And then our final entry.
That final entry, that was me calling the police. It looks like 326-7979 at 8:35 a.m.
All right. And what is the telephone number that's reflected for when you call the police department?
The police department number or
Yeah.
mine? Oh, 563-326-7979.
As we look at the duration of those calls, did you have some conversations with Mr. Dinkins in that series of successive calls?
Yes, as to where she might have been and what was actually going on and where was he.
Okay. When you were making inquiries about where Mr. Dinkins was at, what was he communicating to you about his location and what he was doing?
He wasn't necessarily communicating anything. He said that he was out looking for her and he was going to make a police report.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, did it become clear to you that he had not yet reported Breasia as missing?
Yes.
Did you question him as to why he would not have reported Breasia missing?
I don't recall.
Okay, and that's all right. Now let's go back to State's Exhibit 96.2, and then I'll go ahead and hand this to you again. And then what I want to focus on is I want to focus on the communications then that occurred between yourself and Mr. Dinkins on July 10th, and what is going on in text messages. All right, so on page 2, starting
With July 10th at 8:08,
right.
that was a call me,
Who made that, or who sent that text?
Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, from there then,
And from there,
do we go to our first page?
I tried to call him several times and he didn't answer. So then I sent a text message and I just said, just call me. I'm not about to play telephone.
What time is that text?
It looks like 8:11 a.m.
Okay? And then your next communication with Mr. Dinkins,
It was at 11:07 a.m.
who's sending the text?
That was me.
What are you saying?
I'm asking him, where is he?
All right. And then your next communication with Mr. Dinkins,
It was again at 12:03 p.m.
who's sending that text?
Mr. Dinkins stating that he was downtown.
All right. And then does that include all of the text messages that you had with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to redirect your attention to States Exhibit 95-1 and 95-2. For purposes of the record, what is this exhibit?
A work schedule from work.
Okay. Does this set forth your work schedule for July 9th and July 10th?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, on States Exhibit 95-1, does it indicate what had been your scheduled shift before changes were made?
Yes, ma'am.
And then going into 95.2, does it actually show the hours that you would have worked on July 9th and July 10th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 95-1 and 95-2.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Okay. On States Exhibit 95-1, in that left-hand column, what kind of information is contained in that left-hand column?
That's the names of the employees.
Does your name appear in that list of employees for a work schedule?
Yes, it does.
What is the date range for this particular work schedule?
It's from July 7th, 2020 to July 13th, 2020 for the week.
Is there a column set forth for your scheduled shift, your original scheduled shift, for Thursday, July 9th of 2020?
Yes, there is.
What were you to work on July 9th of 2020?
I was to work 10:30 a.m. until 5 p.m.
And then is there a column for what was your original work schedule for July 10th?
It was for 11 a.m. to 4 p.m.
All right. Going to States Exhibit 95-2 then, for July 9th of 2020, does it set forth the times that you would have clocked in and clocked out?
Yes.
Okay, what time did you initially clock in on July 9th?
I clocked in originally at 10:39 a.m.
What time did you clock out?
I clocked out at 12:59 p.m.
Did you have a lunch break at that point in time?
Yes, I did.
And then what time did you clock in after your lunch break?
I clocked back in at 1:33 p.m.
And then what time did you clock out on July 9th of 2020?
I clocked out at 5:07.
Okay. And then so from that, did your trip over to the apartment complex occur within, an hour or so later?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on July 10th, what does it show as a time that you actually clocked in at?
It says that I clocked in at 8:04 a.m.
What time did you clock out?
I clocked out at 8:16 a.m.
Okay. I want to pick up at the point in time where you described sitting in the back room and you were crying
Yes.
there at Checkers. What did your manager encourage you to do?
He encouraged me to get into the car and go downtown and figure out what was going on.
By going downtown, what do you mean?
Like going down to the police department.
Did you actually leave Checkers to travel down to the Davenport Police Department?
I did.
All right. When you left Checkers, what direction did you head to go downtown to the Davenport Police Department?
I was heading west, so I was heading away from, so yeah, I think it was west, right?
On what street?
On Locust.
As you were traveling west on Locust, did you notice something of interest to you?
Yes, I did.
Describe.
I noticed Mr. Dinkins and Paula flying down the opposite way making a really hard turn on, I think it's a left turn on Eastern.
Okay. What type of vehicle was he driving?
He was driving in a maroon Impala with tinted windows.
Okay. And then did you pass him when you saw him heading east?
Yes, and
What did you do?
I made a U-turn.
And then at that point in time, describe what you did.
I was speeding behind him, honking the horn. I was calling his phone, and when I finally got him on the phone, he said that he was headed to Jersey Meadows because they wanted to talk to him out there. And I was still on his bumper, honking the horn, and we had pulled over by the McDonald's on Northwest, or it's like Kimberly, East Kimberly, across the street from Walgreens by the Old Kaplan.
All right. How would you describe the rate of speed that Mr. Dinkins was traveling?
Well, I was probably going about 65, 70 possibly, because he was driving really fast.
All right. Going back to State's Exhibit 38. Don't say anything just yet. I want you to come down to this exhibit. And then I want you to look at the exhibit in terms of the map of the downtown area. Does it set forth an entry for your employment there at Checkers? And then do you see an entry for the McDonald's where you would have met with Mr. Dinkins? Okay, don't say anything. What I'm going to do is I'll take you back to the stand, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you use a blue magic marker to circle the location of Checkers. Do that. Don't say anything. I'll put you back on the stand so that we can get that testimony through the microphone. Then I want you to take this red magic marker and I want you to circle the location of the McDonald's that you're referencing. Go ahead and take yours on the stand. My question to you is this. Do you see on State's Exhibit 38 the area of Davenport where Checkers is located?
Yes.
Does that reflect Locust Street and the area that you would have traveled when you were heading to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Do you also see an entry for the McDonald's on East Kimberly Road?
Yes.
And does that map reflect Eastern to show what direction he would have traveled on Eastern to get to McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay. Describe what happened then when you got to the area of McDonald's.
Well, when I got there, I was screaming because the feeling wasn't, it just didn't feel right. And so I was screaming and I was like, give me my son. And like, where, asking him, where were you at? Where was Andrea? Like, this don't even sound like Breasia. And he's like, I don't know. I had just woke up. And he wasn't like making any eye contact. And so I snatched the toys out his arm and he had gave me like these bags, one of the bags that I had when they had went to stay the night, and another bag.
Okay.
And I just snatched it, and he was like, well, I'm on my way out there to go speak to the officer or something. And I said, yep, and I'm going to be right behind you.
All right. When you sent the children's, or dropped the children's clothing off the previous evening, how many bags did you utilize to bag up the children's clothes?
Only one.
All right. And then so when you received the children's clothing back, how many bags were the clothing, or was it, I should say, was the clothing bagged up in?
It was bagged in 2.
Okay. What happened next?
And then I followed him. We drove out there to the Jersey Meadow apartments, and we were talking to the officer.
When you arrived at the apartment complex, was there a patrol officer already on scene?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I believe so.
All right. Did you have contact with that officer?
Like, as far as speaking to him?
Yes.
Yes, we were out there speaking to him. He was trying to get me to calm down, but I couldn't calm down.
All right. Who had the initial point of contact with the patrol officer?
I'm not exactly sure who had that initial contact with the patrol. I'm not sure.
That's all right. And then while you were speaking with the patrol officer, did Mr. Dinkins ever become a part of that conversation?
Yes, he was smoking a cigarette, and he just was, I don't know. I just woke up, and she just wasn't there. I don't know. And I'm like, and I was screaming, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense, That's not true. He's lying. That's not true. And, he kind of was like, psst. And so I proceeded to cuss him out still. And I left because I'm like, you know what? He's playing games. I don't believe nothing he's
Your Honor, I'm
saying.
going to object to this point. It's narrative and non-responsive.
Okay.
Sustained.
Okay. At that point, then, what did you say? Yeah, go ahead.
When I left,
Well, explain what you were going to say.
as to,
If I don't interpose questions and it becomes a narrative, that's objectionable. So then I'm asking a question. So then at that point in time, what did you say to the officer
Your Honor.
about Mr. Dinkins?
I'm going to object. That's hearsay.
I just told him that Dinkins
Just
was...
Just a moment.
Your Honor, she's describing her own statements to law enforcement.
Overruled.
Yes, I was like, I'm not hearing it. He's lying. I know he's lying. It just doesn't feel right. And so, I was still getting upset because he was just so nonchalant. He wasn't answering nothing. So I left. And
Again, objection is narrative and non-responsive.
Your Honor, she is concluding the thought in terms of what it is that she did. That's...
Overruled.
I left and I went to my mom's house. And I dumped all the kids' school pictures out, and I tried to gather as many as I could. And in the midst of me doing that, I think it was a detective officer or someone had called me and had asked for me to come back to the fire station or something, because I told him I was at my mom's house trying to gather up family to come out there to, patrol that area and knock on a couple of doors.
All right. When you were talking with the officer, did you have an opportunity to make observations about Mr. Dinkins' physical appearance?
Yes.
Describe what you noted about his physical appearance.
Well, he had a black do-rag on that wasn't really on. It was kind of like tilted a little bit. His little braids were out. His lips was white. He was chain smoking cigarettes. He had on a long white T-shirt, and it was dirty, like dingy, like not dingy, but like dirty type, as if he was fishing or something or whatever. But he looked dirty, and then I can't really recall the bottoms he had on, but he just looked muddy, and he just looked it off.
Did you notice anything particular about the shoes that he was wearing?
Yes, they were some gold-looking type shoes. They were muddy-looking. They weren't tied. Yeah, that's all I remember.
Ms. Langford, were you later interviewed by law enforcement at the Davenport Police Department on July 10th?
Yes.
Okay. Did that occur sometime in the early afternoon of July 10th at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
In your conversations with the officer who was interviewing you, did you mention what you noticed about Mr. Dinkins and his physical appearance?
Yes.
Did you also mention what you noticed about his do-rag and, in particular, the tennis shoes?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 128. This obviously isn't a good photo. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128 for purposes of identification. And in looking at that, do you recognize any depiction on State's Exhibit 128?
Yes, I recognize this is what he had on. Well, in the first photo here.
How many photos are there in State's Exhibit 128?
Well, there's only two.
Okay. So which of the two pictures do you recognize as clothing and shoes that Mr. Dinkins was wearing?
The picture to the left where it looks like we were outside talking to the officer, it looks like, well, he was like walking up or something, this one.
And as you look at the background, do you recognize the location?
Yes, I do.
And what is that location?
That's Jersey Meadows Apartments.
Certainly. Thank you. Your Honor, the state is not going to introduce State's Exhibit 128 at this time. The state will lay foundation for the second photograph through another witness, and then I will introduce State's Exhibit 128 through that witness. Did you, in fact, get photographs of Breasia to give to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Langford, then describe for us how the day proceeded for you on July 10th and your family.
Yeah, so we all met out there at Jersey Meadows. We were knocking on doors. Neighbors were coming out, and they were saying things. They were helping us out. We sat there while they were looking through the apartment. We was out there trying to reach contact with Mr. Dinkins. And, while we were looking, and there was no contact there, we were just searching.
All right.
There was people coming out, people looking at the apartment, people asking questions and things like that.
Was there anything that came of that where there was information that would help locate Breasia?
No, it wasn't.
All right. Did you, in fact, reach out to friends and family for assistance to look for areas that Breasia potentially could be?
Yes.
Okay. Beyond the area up at the apartment complex, describe your own efforts and friends and family members' efforts to try and locate Breasia.
Well, we looked in the bushes that's in the back of the apartment complex area. We went to stores in that area. We went by the little garage areas. We searched quite a big area when we were out there. Everybody was grabbing pictures and moving to different areas outside to figure out where she might have been or if anybody may have saw her.
Okay. Was there any information that came forward that Breasia had been seen anywhere in the area?
No.
Okay. Now, the area that your mother lives at, does she live in an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the name of that apartment complex?
I don't think it's apartment. It's just a sixplex.
A sixplex?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Did friends and family and yourself even check out in that area in the event that Breasia would have tried to walk home?
We didn't check out in that area because my feelings told me that because she left with Mr. Dinkins, so she wouldn't have been in my area because that's where I left from. And my mom was there, my son was there, so she wasn't there. I knew she wasn't, so it wasn't a reason to search that area because she wouldn't have left an area she wasn't familiar with unless it was with somebody she knew.
All right. Let's talk about what happened at the Davenport Police Department. When you went to the Davenport Police Department, did any family members go down to the department with you to be interviewed?
I don't remember exactly who all came down, but I know that me and Detorius had came down. They asked us to come down.
Okay. In addition to you being interviewed, was DL interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Was your mother interviewed at some point in time?
Yes, she was interviewed, yes.
And then while you were down at the Davenport Police Department on July 10th, did you have occasion to sit in with DL's interview?
Yes.
Did DL provide any information about locations that he would have traveled with his father when they came back into Scott County?
Well, he wasn't really good at the description of exactly where it was. And one of the detectives had asked him if we had got out there and drove, would he see if something like that looked familiar in the area or something like that.
Okay. In DL's interview, did he ever mention going to the RV that Mr. Dinkins had parked down in the southwest portion of Davenport near Credit Island?
I don't recall.
Okay. At any rate, did you go along with detectives and DL to see if he could identify areas that he had been present with Mr. Dinkins the morning of July 10th?
Yes, I did.
All right. What locations then were you directed to or shown by DL?
We were showed down on like the River Drive area, like towards the Credit Island area, and then the frontal area of the Credit Island, and we kind of like drove, back and forth in that area towards the south end of Davenport.
All right. Did DL ever direct the detectives over to the location where Mr. Dinkins' RV was parked?
He might have, but I don't recall.
That's all right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay. There's been a diagram that's been drawn of the area of Credit Island. I want you to look at this, study it for a moment, and then tell me if you recognize what's depicted.
Yes.
Okay. As you look at that diagram, what do you recognize this area to be?
The frontal area down at Credit Island that we were in when we were walking around that area, Detoria said that he had stated that they had stopped, so, people had came out there and, we, as family and everything, we walked around that area out there as much as we could.
Okay. Was there a search done out in that area by law enforcement as well as yourself, family members, and friends?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was there anything that was found that would help you locate Breasia?
No, it wasn't.
All right. Now, I think that there's a pointer somewhere in the area, actually right there. Mm-hmm. I want to keep you there at the witness stand so that you're there at the microphone. Using that pointer, show what would reflect the entry into Credit Island from River Drive.
Like right up in here, like right in here, down here.
Okay, all right. Did you and the detectives actually go on to onto Credit Island as a result of Detorius directing you to that area?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, looking at that diagram, do you recognize a location where DL indicated that they had pulled over? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, I don't recall that.
Did he, though, identify a location where Mr. Dinkins would have pulled over in his car?
I don't recall that one either.
Okay, that's all right. Is there anything else that you can remember about the trip when yourself, DL, and the detectives left the Davenport Police Department to identify locations that DL would have been with Mr. Dinkins once they returned to Scott County?
No, not that I can think of.
All right.
I don't recall.
All right. Later on in the evening, did you return to a location with your family?
Yes.
What would have been that location?
That location would have been my mom's at 614 West 63rd Street.
All right. Had there been any discussion between yourself and law enforcement about clothing or footwear that Breasia could have potentially been wearing?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question
Yes.
one more time?
Let me be a little bit more specific. Earlier in your testimony, I had asked you if law enforcement had inquired about whether or not you could provide information about the clothing or footwear that Breasia was wearing. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall.
Okay. And then focusing on the footwear, initially, what kind of footwear was in play? Meaning, what was the different descriptors of footwear that you provided that she could have potentially been wearing? Pink flip-flops, a pair of white flip-flops, and a pair of slide. They were white. They were white slides. It had aqua blue trimming around the top strap, the top Velcro strap piece, and at the bottom of her the slide piece was a cushion little blue slide. In the later part of July 10th, after dark, did any detectives respond out to the area of your mother's residence to show you a photograph that had been taken of an item found there in the area of Credit Island.
Yes.
What was that?
A picture of one of the flip-flops that I was shown to see if it might have been hers. And in the midst of them on their way coming out there, I kind of, lost it a little bit because I'm like, oh my God, a shoe. And they bought it out there. And I was kind of relieved a little bit because it wasn't hers.
Okay. At that point, did you have an emotional breakdown in front of the officers?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 3-139 and 3-140 that was previously introduced through the testimony of civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibits 3-139 and 3-140 that was previously introduced as exhibits. Do you recognize the depictions in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
I recognized it because those were photos that was shown to me to try to identify if that was a flip-flop that might have been hers.
Okay. Describe what happened when you were shown those photographs.
They had told me and it wasn't hers, and they had walked off, and it was already dark time, and I just fell out because I'm like, dang, I can't go in. We can't stop looking for her. She's still out there. I can't go in. And I just fell out.
Okay. Let's talk about Breasia's hair. Around the time period of July 9th and July 10th, how had she been wearing her hair?
She has some locks in her hair, and my cousin had just put some cute little pretty shells on it.
Okay. Did you tell law enforcement about the little seashells that had been interwoven into the locks of her hair?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you actually collect photographs for law enforcement so that they could see what those little seashells look like?
Of course I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 146-1 and 146-2. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 146-1 and 146-2. Please look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I recognize them.
How do you recognize this group exhibit?
Of course I sent them, but because those were our pictures. Those were our pictures that we had taken, and they also identified those shells.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce States Exhibit 146-1 and 146-2.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Now, as I publish these exhibits for our written record, I want you to describe what it is that we are seeing. In States Exhibit 146-1, what are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, you're seeing, I want to say this was back in June at one of my uncle kids' birthday parties. We were taking a family picture, and you see Breasia sitting here with her two frontal shells that she had, that she really liked it. That was so pretty.
All right. Does this show us, I guess, the maturity level of DL during the period of June and July of 2020?
Yes.
Has he grown quite a bit since this photograph?
Yes, he has.
All right. And within that photo, does that include you and then your older child, CS?
Yes.
And then going to States Exhibit 146.2, describe what we have in States Exhibit 146.2.
Well, here is just a picture that was taken between me and Breasia. They were doing something on Facebook with mommy duties photos, and we had taken this picture, and that was also to show that shell right below her little cheek down there.
Did she have these shells in her hair when she would have gone with Mr. Dinkins on July 9th to spend time with her brother over at the Dinkins Culberson apartment?
Yes.
Let's talk about Breasia and how she felt about her little hairstyle and going out in inclement weather. Describe that for us.
Well, she wasn't the type of little girl that would like to get her hair wet at all. It curled up. She didn't like that. So, I always, had it, restrained or something. She doesn't do the hair wet. She doesn't like storms, so.
Okay. Given the stormy conditions of July 9th of 2020, is that another factor that weighs into whether or not Breasia would just simply walk out of an apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Is Breasia the type of child who would simply leave an apartment in the middle of the night?
No.
Okay. Would she be the type of child that would leave an apartment in the middle of the night, particularly recognizing that there had been pretty inclement weather conditions during the evening of July 9th of 2020?
No, she wouldn't have.
Okay. I want to move forward to March 22nd of 2021. Did you become aware of 3 gentlemen in the Clinton area who had gone fishing and found human remains?
Yes.
How did you find out about that?
I got a call from Piper at like 7:33 that evening, and I never forget because it was a call that was just a call that I was waiting on. But he had called me and told me that he think that they had a break, and that he was heading out there, and I had knots in my stomach, and I'm like, oh, so what am I supposed to do? And because he had said that some remains were found or whatever, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I sat by the phone and I tried to wait and I tried to wait, and I drove out there the next day.
All right. When you drove out on March 23rd, do you know what time of day you would have gone out to that location?
It would have been a morning time, so someone had pinged the location maybe around like 7, 8 that morning. I might have left at about 9 because I remember the tourist had to go off to school, and I wanted to make sure he went to school first before I had left to figure out what was going on.
All right. When you got out to the location, was there law enforcement out there?
Yes.
How significant was the concentration of law enforcement officers?
I don't understand that question, I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you were to describe the number of police officers out in the area, how would you describe that?
It was so many. Everybody was everywhere. They had, that whole area blocked off. And I was trying to talk to the sheriff that was blocking the front entrance off because I was trying to get through the front entrance. And I was like, well, where's Piper? Where's Piper? And he sent me down to some lighthouse, and I had to go to a lighthouse. And I was sitting in there, and I was still crying because it was just the feelings that I had got when I was out there.
All right. Describe the feeling that you had when you got out there.
Hell, it was a feeling that people told me from the beginning that I would feel it if I knew she was out there. It was like a snug on my heart, like, oh, you found me. That's what it was like.
And then with you being out in the area, describe what developed.
I stood out in the field.
Okay. Did officers share anything with you about something associated with the remains that would be a unique identifier for Breasia?
The shell in her hair.
All right. Were you shown the shells?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
All right. Did law enforcement locate clothing out there and any type of shoes?
I was shown a shoe, and I was like, oh, that was a shoe. That was a shoe. I kept explaining. That was a shoe. I was trying to say that was missing.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4-40. May the record reflect I've shown counsel. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4-40. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 4-40?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 4-40?
I recognize it because it's my baby shoe. She had asked for it. I tried to describe this from the beginning, hell, even till now.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce that exhibit, and may we publish it?
No objection?
Exhibit will be admitted.
And is it subject to publication, Your Honor?
Excuse me.
Can we publish it?
You may.
Okay. Is that the slide that you had been describing for law enforcement?
Yes.
From there, were you aware that the remains had been recovered and sent off to the state medical examiner's office for an identification of cause of death and identification of who the skeletal remains belonged to?
Yes, and I was told they would contact me once they had more information, but yeah.
Was your DNA required so that they could identify if this was a female child of yours?
I want to say, I think that they had got her like from an old DNA or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure.
Was there DNA that was a part of paternity records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would that have included your DNA
Yes, ma'am.
and Breasia's DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was there also a request for any type of dental records so that they could specifically identify these remains as being Breasia Terrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were there dental records that you were able to provide to them so that they could say this definitively was Breasia instead of just a female child of yours?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ms. Langford, when did you find out how your daughter had been killed?
Well, I was just told that she was shot. That's all I know.
And who told you that?
One of I want to say Detective Pfeiffer.
Okay. Did he tell you that out there on the 23rd when you were there and identified the shells and the shoe?
No, that was later.
How much later?
Maybe a couple of days or something like that. It was because I kept calling, texting him and begging him to tell me something.
Sure, understandable. After Detective Pfeiffer shared that with you, did you share it with anyone else before Mr. Dinkins was charged?
No, I didn't, because he told me that I had to keep that to myself.
Okay. When you talked to Detective Pfeiffer, was that on the telephone?
I talked the day of, like when I was heading out there.
No, I'm sorry, when he told you how Breasia was killed.
He had actually he had came to the house, and if I recall, he had came to the house and was telling me, it's Breasia and that type of stuff.
Okay. Where was Detorius during this?
Detorius he was in the back room with the door shut.
At this point in time, when Detective Pfeiffer comes to your home and tells you how Breasia had met her demise, that she'd been shot, had Detorius shared with you that he had been present when she died? Or did that come after?
That came, I want to say it came after, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So Detorius at some point told you that he was present for Breasia's homicide, right?
At one point, yes.
He told you that he was present, that Henry Dinkins shot his sister, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
He said he was taken to a remote area along with Breasia and Andrea Culberson, right?
Right.
And that he was in the car and the other three left the car, right?
Right.
And that somehow he knew that he heard a gunshot and that Breasia was shot, right?
I don't recall that exactly, but
Did he also tell you that he heard a second shot and Mr. Dinkins pulled the trigger?
no, I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you share that with Detective Pfeiffer?
I may have texted his phone about some things, yes.
Well, did you share those specific facts with Detective Pfeiffer?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, if Detective Pfeiffer has a recollection on that, can we trust his recollection?
Of course you can.
Okay. Now, the morning, strike that, the afternoon of July 10th, that's the day that Breasia is reported missing, right?
No, I made that call that morning.
Okay, so July 10th, we can agree, is the date that Breasia went missing.
Yes.
And you were at the police station that afternoon. We can agree on that, right?
Yes, we can.
And that afternoon is when you and DL went for a car ride with the detectives, right?
Right.
On that date, DL never indicated that he was present for any shooting, right?
No, he was just trying to show us the areas that they had taken that was familiar with him.
Did he indicate to anyone in that car that day that he saw a bloody machete?
No, I don't know.
Did he indicate to anyone that day that he saw a bloody machete getting sprayed off with bleach?
Nope, I don't recall that either.
Has he ever said that to you?
No, not that I recall.
Have you talked to your son about this?
I spoke to him a couple times, but I was told by the law enforcement to not question him because that was their job.
When you were with him in that car ride on July 10th, did he speak at all about being somewhere with Henry Dinkins and Henry Dinkins pouring bleach along the side of a road in some bushes?
I'm not exactly sure the situation with the bleach exactly. I don't recall that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of him saying to you that Henry Dinkins had stopped somewhere and poured bleach in some bushes?
No, he said that he had pulled over to use the bathroom or something.
Okay. But if I told you that I believe that your son had said Henry Dinkins had pulled over and poured bleach on some bushes, today be the first time you've heard that, right?
I wouldn't say that. I just don't recall if it was said. That's all.
Okay. This is a pretty important event in your life, right?
Right.
And I'd like to think you would recall important events in your life. Agreed?
Agreed.
But you don't recall anything about bleach being poured on bushes as relayed by your son?
No, I don't recall that off the top of my head. My son, he was kind of off a little bit while I was trying to get back out there to look for my daughter.
Okay. Is your son the kind of boy that likes to exaggerate?
Depends on the situation.
What kind of situations does he exaggerate?
When he steals something or when he's just telling little movie tale stories.
Okay.
Not about his sister, though.
Okay.
He wouldn't lie about that.
So we spent a lot of time talking about your phone records.
Yes.
Okay. And I think I'm going to approach the Elmo here. I'm showing you now.
Okay.
Can you see it there?
Yes, I see it.
This is State's Exhibit 7-6. Now that is a text conversation with Mr. Dinkins, right?
Right.
And if I recall correctly, Mr. Dinkins texted you at 8:08 a.m., according to the records, and said, "Call me." You see that?
Yes, I do.
Does that comport with your recollection?
Yes. Yes.
And then you responded just call me, I'm not about to play telephone, right?
Yes, as I said earlier.
Okay. Then at 9:35, you text him a picture of Breasia holding a couple puppies.
Yes, I did.
Why?
I sent that because when I got on the phone with Mr. Dinkins said that he was downtown and he had needed a picture of Breasia.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Mr. Dinkins had told me that he had needed a photo when I was able to get on the phone with him on one of our calls. He had told me that he had needed a picture of Breasia or whatever, so I had sent that picture because that was her most recent picture that she had with the dogs.
Okay, so in one of the phone calls then, he asked for a photo of Breasia.
Yeah, because he stated that he was downtown. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because if you look down below there, at 11:07, you say, where are you?
Yes,
And then he responds, I'm downtown, right?
right.
So before that statement where he says, I'm downtown, he told you he was downtown before. Is that what your testimony is?
No, my testimony is I sent the photo because Mr. Dinkins asked me to send it because he was downtown trying to make a report or something like that, and he needed a photo of her. And that's when I sent it. And then when I asked him where he was, that's because he had then left the area and we were all looking for him, and I was calling him and calling him and calling him and he wasn't answering. So I asked him, like, where are you?
Showing you next what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 7-8. Can you see that okay?
Oh, yes, I can see it.
So it looks like there's 4 incoming calls to you at 8:11 a.m., right? You see that?
Yes,
From Detorius Daddy, right?
yes,
So would you agree with me that Detorius Daddy, that's Mr. Dinkins, first of all, right?
mm-hmm, yes,
He called you 4 times, ending at 8:11 a.m., right?
yes.
Then you called somebody named Medea,
My mom,
okay? And then you called Mr. Dinkins at 8:15.
yes.
And then you called Bestie Nene.
Nene, that was a friend at the time. Nene, I called her. Also, someone that we had needed out there as people that was passing her picture around in the area.
Okay, well, at this point, you haven't even called the police yet, have you?
No, because I had reacted to Mr. Dinkins was nowhere to be found, and I needed my family to come here. And I had called my uncle.
Who's your uncle? Uncle Earl?
Yes, that's Uncle Earl.
Okay.
And
This is
I
all-
got on the phone with him, and I was telling him that Dinkins said that he was downtown making a police report. And he said, don't believe that. He said, call that shit in, is what he said, sorry.
Okay.
He told me to call it in, and that's when that call was made to the police.
Okay, so this all happened in 10 minutes. I see the first call from Notorious Daddy at 8:11, and Uncle Earl at 8:19. That's 8 minutes, right?
Yes, a lot of things can happen fast when your child missing.
Okay. But it took Uncle Earl for you to make a phone call to the police, right?
I'm sorry?
It took Uncle Earl for you to make a call to the police, right?
Well, I tried to trust Mr. Dinkins' word that he was actually looking for my daughter and actually downtown at the police department.
I'm going to show you next what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 96-2. And actually, I'm just going to start with page 2. If you just see the top here, you see the very top here where I'm going to point right here.
The first text when Mr. Dinkins had told me to text him that morning, call me.
And what time is that?
That time is 8:08 a.m.
So now we can agree that Mr. Dinkins called you 4 times at 8:11 and texted you at 8:08, right?
We can agree that I called Dinkins quite a bit of times, and he wasn't answering several times.
Okay. Can you see the first page of Exhibit 96-2 fairly well?
It's a little blurry over here, but I see it.
I could bring you a copy.
That'll work.
See if I can, is there a focus on this thing? See if I can zoom. Can I use that? I'll just show you the actual exhibit, Court's indulgence.
Thank you.
Now, before we go into that, though, you met with a police officer and Henry Dinkins before 9 a.m. at the apartment of Andrea Culberson and Henry Dinkins, right?
Right.
So, 8:08 he calls you, or texts you. 8:11 he calls you several times. 8:20 something you call police. And 8:54 Mr. Dinkins is with you at the apartment complex making the report with you, right?
Mr. Dinkins didn't call me 4 times. I called Mr. Dinkins because I was trying to get Dinkins on the phone. That's the confusion part. I'm sorry.
But in any event, 8:54 he's with you at the apartment complex and a police officer, right?
Yeah, right.
And you're talking to the police officer and you get angry and leave, right?
Yes, yes, I got angry and left, yes.
Because you didn't like what Mr. Dinkins had to say, right?
Yes, because he was lying. Yes.
Okay. And then, if you look at exhibit number 96-2, I want you to look at entry number 1070. You sent a text to Detoria's daddy. It's on the very first page, ma'am. If you'll see the left-hand side, they're numbered consecutively.
Yes,
Do you see 1070?
I definitely see it.
What time is that text message?
That text message was about 11:07 a.m.
And that's from who
That is from me,
to,
Mr. Dinkins.
and what do you say?
I asked him where was he. He left the area. We couldn't get a hold of him.
Okay.
And the police were out there and they needed to talk to him. And
The police were where, ma'am?
they were out there at the Jersey Meadows and we were trying to get him on the phone. Andrea was calling, like we were trying to get him on the phone and I just like, I'm sending him a text message.
Okay, so you got angry and left and came back?
Yes, I got angry because of the situation and Mr. Dinkins not being honest. And I left, got photos, and the detective had called me and told me to come to the power station. And when I returned, Mr. Dinkins wasn't there.
Who is Kashanta Langford?
That is my oldest sister.
Okay. I want you to look at entry number 1072. Do you see that entry?
Yes,
And that's a text message from who?
that's a text message from me,
To,
my sister Kishana.
and what'd you say to her?
Well, at 9:17 a.m., I told her Henry lost Breasia. Call me, please.
Because that's what you thought, Henry had lost Breasia, right?
Yes.
You didn't think Henry had brought any harm onto Breasia at that time, did you?
No, but the feeling wasn't there.
Okay.
Something was wrong.
Mr. Freeze, I apologize for the interruption, but if you're going to refer to those entries in the exhibit, somehow I have to see what you're referring to.
Okay.
Because you've taken away the exhibit for me to refer to.
Yes, I did. My apologies.
Thank you.
After you texted Mr. Dinkins at 11:07, he responded back at 12:03, entry number 1067. Do you see that?
said, what was the entry number again?
1067?
Okay. He responded and said, I'm downtown.
Right. That's the last time you spoke to Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes, and that was at 12:03 p.m.
So at noon, he's downtown. That's the last time you spoke to him.
Yes. Yes.
Look at number 1066, the next one up. Tell me who that text message is from, first of all.
1066.
Yes.
That is my friend Nene. I was texting her.
At 1:49 p.m.?
Yes, 1:49 p.m.
Read, if you would.
Of course.
What you said to your friend Nene.
Yes, I said, how am I supposed to feel when everything keeps happening to me? I can't take this at all, Nene. I'm hurt so bad to another core. I'm getting all my kids' phones in a week or so, and I'm changing my ways as they mommy. I'm so scared.
I'm changing my ways. What did you mean by that?
Changing my ways as to allowing them to just go anywhere, because when Breasia went missing, it made no sense.
Okay, it made no sense. What do you mean by that?
It made no sense because she's been plenty of places and she's always came home.
Okay. Well, if you go up to the very first entry, it's 1081. Do you see the very top one?
On the first page, the
Very first page, yeah.
1061.
1061, yes it is, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Who's that from?
That is, I think from me maybe. Let me see. It might have been sent for me. I think it was sent for me, yes. I was texting my friend Nene at 1:58 p.m. You want me to read the message?
I do.
All right. It says, I said, why me? I can't stomach anything else. And then there is Bree. I need to work on being a better mommy. My kids will never go anywhere else again.
So there you say, in that text, you need to work on being a better mommy.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Because I was focusing on work, and had I been paying attention, if I would have been paying attention, seeing if, Mr. Dinkins was in his right state of mind, maybe none of this would have happened. And yeah.
Do you have reason to believe that Mr. Dinkins was not in his right state of mind?
Something, because she was missing.
You trust your mom, right?
My mom?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And your mom met with Mr. Dinkins on July 9th, right?
I guess so.
Well, your mom was the one that allowed Breasia to go with Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
And you trust your mom to make those kind of decisions, don't you?
I trust enough that she won't put my babies in harm's way, of course.
So when Breasia was allowed to go with Mr. Dinkins that day, we can safely assume that she thought Breasia was going to be safe, right?
Right.
And Breasia was always safe before with Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
And Breasia enjoyed going with Mr. Dinkins, right?
I mean, she didn't really go like that, I guess. So when she did go around him, she was okay.
And there was a year or so where he helped you raise Breasia.
No, he never helped. He was around. My sister and her husband had her a lot of the times.
Okay. So your sister and her husband had Breasia?
Had Breasia majority of the time, yes.
You didn't?
Not necessarily. I was going through a lot.
Okay.
Like with housing, keeping a job and things like that.
Okay. Breasia, when you came over that day to bring clothing, she was the only one you saw, right?
Yes.
And she was outside already, right?
No, when I pulled up, I told Mr. Dinkins that I was outside, and then I saw her run around the building.
She was happy then.
Yeah.
She was smiling then.
Yes, she was.
She was telling you that she was learning how to be an AT&T agent, right?
Yes.
Which is what Miss Culberson does, right?
Yes.
direct examination, when you were asked about the relationship that Breasia had with Mr. Dinkins, you testified, and I'm quoting, Breasia looked up to him. What do you mean by that?
She looked up to him like he was nice, you know, he never did anything wrong, you know, he looked out for both the kids. When he would come out, he would give them, you know, candy, cash, you know, let him look at his nice rides.
So he cared for your kids.
You could say that.
The pictures you were shown of Mr. Dinkins, the white shirt and the gold shoes, do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the way he looked when you saw him on July 10th?
Yes, that first picture that was on the left that I saw, yes.
So that's how dirty his shirt was, in your opinion?
Yeah, it was a bit dirty, yeah.
And that's how dirty his shoes were, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree that it was a white shirt and not a dark shirt, right?
Yeah, I agree that it was a white shirt, like a white long t-shirt, and it was a little dirty looking.
You ever heard Notorious indicate that Mr. Dinkins was down at Credit Island fishing
He had said that early on, yes, I believe.
with 6 other people around?
Yeah, he had said that he had went fishing and he had met some people downtown or down at the Credit Island.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 96-1. And let's go back and let's talk about who actually made those calls that counsel discussed with you on cross-examination. So, please go to the 4th page.
So turn back.
Yeah, page 4.
All right.
Going to the bottom of that exhibit. The call at 8:08, was that an inbound call or an outbound call?
At 8:08. Sorry. At 8:08, that was an inbound call.
Meaning, who placed that call?
Mr. Dinkins would have replaced. Yes, Mr. Dinkins.
Then at 8:11, was that an inbound call or an outbound call?
You said at 8:11.
At 8:11.
Are we looking at the same one?
Well, let's just do this. Let's talk about all the others. 8:09, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
That was an outbound.
Okay. And then again at 8:09, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
That was another outbound.
At 8:10, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
Outbound.
So were you making those calls to his phone?
Yes, I was.
All right. And that 8:11, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
It was at 8:11. It was another outbound call to Mr. Dinkins' phone.
At 8:15, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
That was an outbound. Sorry, that was outbound.
Okay. At 8:18, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
Another outbound.
At 8:25, was that an inbound or an outbound call?
Another outbound.
Okay. So actually, you were the one that was calling Mr. Dinkins, isn't that correct?
That is definitely correct.
Okay. It wasn't Mr. Dinkins calling you, would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
And then you were left with the impression that he had already called the Davenport Police Department to report Breasia missing.
Yes, because that's what he said he was doing.
And at 8:29, when you spoke with Mona Varelli, is that when you discovered that he actually had never placed a report of Breasia missing?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go to the moment in time where you have followed Mr. Dinkins to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, and you've met with the patrol officer. Does the name of Officer Burkle sound familiar?
I think it was the gentleman at the scene, the first time I met with him, I think.
Okay.
There.
Was that the officer that was on scene when you got out there to the Jersey Meadow Apartments?
I can't recall his name, but it might have been. I'm not sure.
That's all right. When you were out there, you described having a conversation with this officer, correct?
Correct.
And then you described Henry joining in the conversation.
Yes, like I just woke up.
Okay.
And she wasn't there. I looked everywhere.
And you really had some issues with what it is that he was saying, isn't that correct?
I did.
Okay. Is that what prompted you to leave and go back to your house because you're so angry about what it is that he's saying and you're not buying into it?
Yes, and I'm like, it's my daughter. I need to, hurry up, and I need to get out here on feet and figure out where she is.
Okay. At that point in time, did you return to the house to get the photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at the house, did you receive a telephone call from somebody associated with the Davenport Police Department asking you to return to the area?
Yes, to the fire station, which was on the, I think that's the left-hand side. Well, it was out there near the apartment complex where he's at.
And that's exactly what I wanted to talk with you about. So if we've got the apartment complex, is Costco located right next door to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Then if we go just a little bit further to what I'm going to say the east, is that where the fire department is located at?
I believe so.
Okay, very simply, the fire station that you are describing responding to, was that within the same general vicinity?
Yes.
All right. When you responded to the fire station, describe the interaction that occurred between yourself and an officer or officers there at the fire station.
I don't recall the exact thing that we did in particular. I just know that when I met up with him, I told him like I had pictures and that family was coming out here to help us. So then we were able to get out here and try to find her. And he told me that there were people coming out to search the apartment and help patrol the area and look around.
When you were out there, was Henry Dinkins anywhere around the apartment complex?
When I first got out there, that's like when I came back.
Yeah, when you came back.
No, Mr. Dinkins wasn't there.
Do you know when he would have left the apartment complex contextually during that initial contact that you had with that patrol officer?
No, because when I left, he was still communicating with that officer on scene.
All right. And then when you returned, Mr. Dinkins isn't there, is that correct?
Mr. Dinkins wasn't there, and the officer was at that point, instead of being out there by Mr. Dinkins' vehicles, he was at the fire station at this point just by himself.
Okay. Was Andrea Culberson there at the apartment complex?
She was there once Pfeiffer and some other people came to search the apartment.
Were there attempts made by yourself and Andrea to try and make contact with Mr. Dinkins to find out where he was at?
Yes, and I stood next to Obert talking to him once we finally got Dinkins on the phone.
Okay. When you say Obert, is he a law enforcement officer with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Did it take some time before Mr. Dinkins finally answered either calls that you were making to him or Andrea Culberson was making to him?
Yes, because when I walked up to Andrea, I asked her what happened. I was like, where's Henry? What's this? Have you tried to call him? And she said, I've been calling. He's not answering. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to call his phone. And I tried to have my mom call as well. My mom called twice. She said he answered once but didn't answer the other time. And then I sat out there and I kept calling, standing next to Obert.
Okay. And then finally, with that series of calls being made to his phone, is that where the response comes through that he's down at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When you talked with him, and he's saying that he responded to the Davenport Police Department, what specifically did he say that you found to be very troubling?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
Yeah. Do you recall a comment that he made in that telephone call when you were able to make contact with him to find out where he was at?
Oh, yes. So when we finally got him on the phone, I said that the detective wants you to come down and answer a few questions. He said, I'm not going down to no police department. I said, why not? If you didn't do anything, it's nothing. It's just a couple questions. I said, you did say that Breasia's your daughter, right? And that was really it that we had it. He agreed to come down. And then he had came down, and I also had came down as well.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion about Breasia going and spending time with Mr. Dinkins. Had Breasia ever gone off and spent the night with Mr. Dinkins in the past?
Never successfully stayed the night because I always had to come get them, but they stayed for a while with him, yes.
Okay. And when you say that Breasia had spent the night with Mr. Dinkins in the past, was that something that was a frequent thing, or was that something that happened on a rare occasion?
It was like not really even rare. It was trying to get Henry and his wife at the time, used to him so he would know his siblings and that end, and she would definitely tag along. Where there's Dink, there's Bree.
Okay. During that period of time, then, would Bree have been with her brother staying in a house where Mr. Dinkins lived with the lady that he was married to at the time?
Yes, it was right behind my mom's apartment at the time.
Did you feel comfortable with that scenario?
Yes, because I can walk behind, and I was able to be in reach, if anything, because Dink, Detorius was still young.
Okay. Let's just discuss Breasia's development. In terms of her physical development at 10, had she started to physically develop?
Like body-wise?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Was DL interviewed on more than one occasion by one of the detectives at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. So on July 10th, was he interviewed at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And then was he brought back in just a little while later after things had settled down a little bit so that he could be interviewed?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze,
Nothing else.
you may step down.
Okay, all right.
This is an appropriate time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll adjourn for approximately 15 minutes and reconvene then. Thank you. Really. Michelle from Mental Health sends me this. Question, do you know anything about this? It's It's a notice of a trust, I don't sign those. You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Andrea Culberson, AndreaCulberson.
Ms. Culberson, how old are you?
39.
Are you a resident of Scott County?
I am.
What was your address back in July of 2020?
2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8.
I assume that that's an apartment complex?
It is.
And what was the name of the apartment complex?
Jersey Meadows.
Could you identify the location of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex relative to businesses there on 53rd so that we've got a perspective?
It's right there by Portillo's, AT&T, Walmart. It's right in the business area.
All right. And then are you familiar with the business of Costco?
I am.
Okay. Where is the apartment complex located in reference to Costco?
I would say like right beside it, right behind it.
Okay. And do they both lie on the same side of 53rd Street?
They do.
All right. Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Henry Dinkins?
I am.
How are you familiar with Henry Dinkins?
I was his girlfriend at the time.
As of July of 2020, how long had you and Mr. Dinkins been in a relationship with one another?
6 years plus.
All right. And throughout that period of time, how long had you resided in apartment 8 there at the Jersey Meadow complex?
March to July.
March to July. Who was living there in the apartment with you?
The defendant, Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Let's describe the layout of the apartment. Now, apartment 8, what level of an apartment was that?
It was an upper level.
And then as far as it being an upper level apartment, how would you access the interior of your apartment?
You'll have to unlock the door and go up steps.
Okay. Were there dedicated steps simply for your apartment once you stepped inside that front door?
That is correct.
And if you were entering the front door of your apartment, would the stairs lie to the wall on the right or to the left?
They're like in between.
Okay. After you go up the stairs and you get to the top of the stairs, what essentially would constitute the area off to the left of that staircase?
So you went up the steps. It was a kitchen. So it was living room, kitchen, bedroom.
Okay. Now, the living room and kitchen, was that essentially kind of an open concept?
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
All right. And then in order to access the bedroom, if you go up the top of the stairs, when you get to the top of the stairs, do you see a solid wall?
Yes.
All right. Along that solid wall, then, is there a doorway as you move to go toward the living room, kitchen area that would lead you into that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
How many bedrooms were in your apartment?
1.
And then, was there a bathroom in the apartment itself?
Yes.
How would you access the bathroom?
You'll have to go to the bedroom to get to the bathroom.
All right. Now, we have a drawing on the diagram. I actually want to be able to keep that drawing. But Ms. Culberson, we've got an open spot over here to the left. If I could have you come down, and very simply what I want you to do is to draw the bedroom to include the doorway and where the bed would be located, any window that would look out from the bedroom, indicate the location of closets in that bedroom, and then the doorway into the bathroom. Now, when you do that, don't say anything. You're just going to draw the drawing, and then once you've got that drawing up there on the board, then I'm going to have you come back to the stand where you can use the microphone, and then you'll walk us through that explanation, okay? I know that you're rather short. Would it help just to bring this board down so that you could work with it? Yes. Okay, and so you know what I'll do? I'll just stand here and hold it because I'm tall and strong enough to be able to do it. Yes.
say anything.
Now,
Also label what would be the bed, and if you could, is there a window within your bedroom? And don't answer, just go ahead and draw that in there. And then within your bedroom, if there is a dedicated area that you use for a specific purpose, can you also put that within the diagram? And then we'll go back to the witness stand and we'll talk about that. Okay. And also, if there's more than one closet, identify who utilizes each closet for their personal belongings. Okay, go ahead and take your seat.
Ms. Culberson, as we look at the diagram, have you drawn a specific room within your apartment?
yes,
All right. And what room would that be?
that would be the one bedroom in the apartment.
All right. As we look at that, have you drawn the doorway that would enter into the bedroom?
Yes,
Where is it located relative to the top or bottom of our diagram?
it's the top.
When you enter that doorway then, and let's just go ahead and use the orientation of an individual standing there in that doorway. So if an individual is standing in that doorway, off to their left, is there a doorway that leads into a separate room?
Yes, it's the bathroom.
And then if you were to continue along that wall, just beyond the bathroom, is there another area along that wall?
Yes, a closet.
Whose closet is that, or was that?
That would be mine, the one I was using.
Is that where you kept all of your clothing and personal items?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that closet specifically dedicated to you for your own personal items and clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, if you're standing there in the door itself, and you're looking straight ahead, what article of furniture would you see?
A bed.
How big was the bed?
I believe it was a queen.
And did it encompass most of the bedroom itself?
Yes.
The bed, as far as the head of the bed itself, where would that be located? Along what wall?
The window.
Okay? Would that be the opposite wall from the doorway?
Yes.
All right. And just above the bed, was there an ability to be able to look out the bedroom to see something?
Yes, ma'am.
What was located on that wall where the head of the bed was located?
The window.
If you were standing there looking out that window, then what would you be able to observe?
The whole parking lot in front of the building.
All right. Now, let's talk about, again, your orientation there at the door itself. And to the left, if you were to go to the left side, there along that wall, closest to the door, did you have a dedicated area there that you used for a specific purpose?
I did.
What was that?
My workstation.
We'll talk about that here in a moment, but then if you were to move from that workstation, going then along that wall toward the head of the bed, was there another designated area along that same wall?
A closet.
And whose closet was that?
It was where he stored his clothes.
Would that be Henry Dinkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever put any of your personal items in the closet that Henry Dinkins used for his clothing?
No.
What was your practice relative to, I guess, getting into that closet or respecting his privacy relative to the items that he kept in that closet?
I'm sorry?
What was your practice as far as getting in that closet?
No practice. I never only said it unless I was asked to.
Okay, so then did you respect his privacy relative to what he was storing
I did.
in his own closet?
I did.
All right, let me go ahead and take that. How are you employed, Ms. Culberson?
AT&T,
What type of work do you do for AT&T?
customer service.
As far as your work as a customer service representative, do you go to work at an established office?
No.
Where do you work from?
Work from home.
And were you working from home back in July of 2020?
I was.
What does your work consist of as a customer service representative?
Oh goodness, a lot. I just basically handle people's accounts, order phones, any regular customer service rep.
Okay. Within your bedroom then, the workstation that you've identified as having been set up, was that your workstation that you utilized performing your responsibilities for AT&T?
That's correct.
What were your hours of work as a customer service representative for AT&T?
At that time, I believe I was working 11 to 8.
Would that be 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. During this period of time, was Mr. Dinkins employed?
No.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about your knowledge of certain individuals. Did you know Mr. Dinkins to have children with other women?
Yes.
Were you familiar with a young lady by the name of Aisha Langford?
We have been acquainted.
When would you have met Aisha Langford relative to the events of July of 2020, if you recall?
At a gathering down at the river.
And would that have been in the summer of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to meet the children of Aisha Langford?
I have met Detorius once, but not Breasia.
All right. And who did you understand Henry Dinkins to be the father of?
Detorius.
Okay. Now, at any time prior to July 9th of 2020, had Breasia ever come out to your apartment to spend the night?
No.
Had DL, and we're referring to the child as DL, had DL ever come out to the apartment to spend the night?
No.
Directing your attention then to the events of July 8th of 2020, did Mr. Dinkins speak with you about having run into Aisha Langford?
Yes.
And what did he report to you as far as the contact that they had had on July 8th of 2020?
That he was going to spend his time with his son and is going to bring Breasia with him.
All right, now were the original plans to bring Breasia or just simply DL?
Just DL.
Okay. Did that later change as of July 9th of 2020?
Yes.
On July 9th of 2020, do you recall what day of the week it was?
No, I do not.
All right. Would it have been a work day, though?
Yes.
With your understanding that DL was going to come to the apartment, normally where would you and Mr. Dinkins sleep?
In the bedroom.
With the child coming to the apartment, was there some discussion about how you would handle sleeping arrangements?
Yes.
And what accommodations did you put in place to handle at least one extra individual staying there in the apartment?
Me and Mr. Dinkins would stay on the air mattress, and the kids would take the bedroom.
Okay. Did you set up some type of air mattress there in the apartment when the children came over?
Yes.
Where was that air mattress set up at?
In my living room.
All right. Now, going to July 9th of 2020, when did you learn that Breasia actually was going to be spending the night there at your apartment with her brother DL?
I believe it's 24 hours.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you thought that she was going to stay for a period of one night?
Mm-hmm.
But when did you realize that then she actually was going to be coming over?
That day.
All right. How did you learn that Breasia actually was going to be there to spend the night with her brother, DL?
Mr. Dinkins asked, I said, that's fine.
Sure. Do you recall what time of day that Mr. Dinkins would have returned to the apartment with DL and Breasia?
I do not recall, but I was at work.
You were working?
Yes.
When well, let me ask you this. What vehicles did the two of you have available for use that were driven by the two of you on a regular basis?
A black Camaro and a maroon-ish type of Impala.
All right. Were those two cars always parked there in the parking lot for use at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Was there something distinctive about the black Camaro?
It had some decals on it.
Can you describe the decals for us?
I believe it was a lion head, and I believe 2 crowns, a king crown and a queen crown on the hood.
Okay. And then was those decals also along the passenger and driver side of the vehicle as well?
I believe so.
All right. Now, the Chevy Impala itself, how would you describe the tint of the windows on that vehicle?
Very dark.
And then did it have specific stickers that were affixed to the vehicle?
Probably.
Do you remember at this point in time?
No.
That's all right. Did Mr. Dinkins drive both of those vehicles?
Yes.
On July 9th, when he had gone to pick DL up, which vehicle had he been driving?
The Impala.
Oh, that's what you thought?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
All right. And at any rate, when Mr. Dinkins arrived back there at the apartment with the children, did he have any clothing for the children as of yet?
As far as I can remember, no.
Right. Once the children got there at the apartment, describe how the day played out.
Oh, I was at work. They were in there doing what they do. I was like, please be quiet, because, I'm at work. And then after a while, Breasia got interested in what I was doing. So we interacted a little bit. Everything was fine. I got done with work, went into the living room. We all were interacting, having fun. It was just another day after work.
All right. When you indicate that Breasia became interested in what you were doing, were you working at your workstation there in the bedroom?
I was.
Were you showing Breasia anything associated with your work responsibilities?
Oh, I actually let her sit in my chair and actually watch what I do.
How was she responding to that?
She was happy.
All
She was
right.
happy to learn what I was doing. She seemed interested in customer service, so I was like, sit right on in and jump in with me.
All right. Now, as far as the children doing what children do, what types of activities were they engaged in there at the apartment during the afternoon and evening of July 9th?
Well, outside of playing games on our phones, they were really interested in Grand Theft Auto.
Okay. What is Grand Theft Auto?
It is a game on a Xbox or a PlayStation.
Did you have a PlayStation or Xbox in your apartment?
I had both.
You had both? All right. And were both children playing video games?
Me, Mr. Dinkins, and Breasia were playing on my phone. Victorious was the one more interested in playing the Grand Theft Auto.
What room was DL located in when he was playing Grand Theft Auto?
In the living room, then eventually the bedroom.
And when you and Mr. Dinkins and Breasia were playing video games, what room were you located in?
It was in the living room.
Okay. Were you ever in the bedroom, though, playing the games?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall sitting on the bed with Breasia and playing games?
That I do remember.
Okay. And so when I asked you about being in the bedroom, sitting on the bed, was Mr. Dinkins there on the bed with Breasia playing the game?
No, that I don't remember.
But you do recall being in there in the bedroom with
Yes.
Breasia playing?
Yes.
All right. How did the evening then proceed beyond that?
Okay, so after a while, I would say like 11:30-ish after that, I got tired. I worked a long day. I'm sleepy. So I went to sleep. I heard Mr. Dinkins tell Victoria she got until midnight to keep playing the game, and I fell asleep.
All right. Let me take you back in time if I could.
Okay.
At some point in time, was any clothing brought to the apartment for the children to wear?
Yes.
Explain.
Their mother bought over some overnight clothes for them.
All right, would that have included pajamas?
Yes.
All right. How was that accomplished then?
She brought them.
Did she come into the apartment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did either child, one of the children, go out and meet the mother in the apartment or in the parking lot of the apartment?
That I cannot recall.
So that's not something that you were a witness to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then do you have an idea generally what time of evening that Aisha Langford would have dropped clothing off for the children?
I do not.
Okay. Were there any meal times or bath times that night?
Yes.
Describe.
They both took showers, of course, separately, and they were given oversized white shirts to wear to sleep.
All right. Who gave them oversized white shirts to wear to sleep?
Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Who did those shirts belong to?
Mr. Dinkins.
What size is Mr. Dinkins?
Last time I checked, 4XL.
All right. With the children bathing separately, I'd like to talk with you about your bathroom. What fixtures are within the bathroom?
What fixtures?
Yeah.
There's a sink, toilet, and a shower.
All right. Now, is it simply a shower?
You walk in, it's sink, toilet, shower.
Is there a bathtub within the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. And then, so my question is, some bathrooms simply have a shower. Other bathrooms have the bathtub
No,
with the shower
this
head.
had the bathtub and the shower.
A shower head?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As far as the bathtub was concerned, did you have curtains that hung in front of the bathtub, or
Yes.
was it like some type of glass sliding doors?
Nope, shower curtain.
All right. The reason I asked that question, later on when clothing was recovered belonging to the children, Breasia had wet clothing. Do you know what that would have been attributable to?
I'm going to presume that it was from the shower,
All right.
getting wet.
All right. Is the bathroom very big?
No.
So if a child were to take off their clothes to get in the shower, and it was within the proximity of that bathtub, would it be very easy for those clothes to get wet on the
Yes.
floor?
Yes.
Another question that I want to ask you involves a little washcloth that ended up being very dirty that went back with Breasia's clothes. At some point in time, had there been a washcloth used that she used to wipe down her feet because they were dirty?
At some point, yeah, I presume.
Okay, all right. All right, now, once the children took their baths, did they have dinner?
Yes.
All right, and then after dinner, before people started to go down for bed, what were the activities within the apartment?
That's it.
Okay, were the kids continuing to play video games?
Yes. I don't know how long Victoria stayed on the game after I went to sleep, but that's all I know.
Okay, who was the first individual of the four of you to go to sleep that evening?
Breasia.
Where did Breasia lay down to go to sleep?
The bed. Where's my bed? Is it on the side with Dinkins' closet?
I'd like for you to come down to the diagram if you could. And this draws just a basic stick figure to represent the location where you saw Breasia laying when she went to bed that night.
I can't hear her.
Okay, I'll have you go back to the witness stand so that we can get you back with the microphone. And then have you drawn on the diagram Breasia's location there on the bed?
Okay. So she will be on the left side of the bed by Mr. Dinkins' closet.
And would that be, if you're standing in the doorway, would it be to your left?
I'm sorry, the right side.
The right side, there we go. All right. Who was the second person to go down?
Probably me.
All right. And then when you laid down to go to sleep, where did you lay down to go to sleep at?
On the air mattress.
Where was Mr. Dinkins at the time that you laid down to go to sleep?
On the couch.
All Right. And what was he doing there on the couch?
playing on his phone.
All right. From there, then, do you have any idea what happened next?
I do not.
All right. After you fell asleep, was there any point in the night that you woke up?
Yes.
When did that occur?
It was like at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nature called. So I went and I kind of glanced over. Had no glasses on, so everything was kind of fuzzy. So I saw that she was not there. So I was like, okay, let me go get my glasses so I can see. And I felt on the bed. So I'm like, okay, she's not here. And my first reaction, call Mr. Dinkins. No.
All right. When you woke up to go to the bathroom at 3 a.m., was Mr. Dinkins there in the living room of the apartment?
Not at all.
Did that seem odd to you that he wasn't there in the apartment at 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. With the children being there and visiting, did you have any expectation that he would be there throughout the night for the children?
I did.
All right. So you wake up, when do you initially discover that Mr. Dinkins isn't there in the living room?
As soon as I wake up.
What went through your mind when you noticed he wasn't there in the living room?
I have no idea. My mind was everywhere.
All right. From there, is that when you entered the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you see Detorius?
Yeah, I did.
Where was Detorius located at, or DL, I should say, I'm sorry.
He was on the foot of the bed.
Okay, and then again, just go ahead, I'll have you take a red magic marker and mark that so that we understand his location there on the bed. After you put your glasses on, what were you able to confirm?
That she was not there.
Did you check throughout the apartment to see if the child was anywhere in the apartment?
I did.
What areas did you check?
I checked the bathroom again, just in case. I checked the bedroom. I checked the living room. I checked the kitchen. I checked everywhere.
Did you check the closets?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you look under the bed?
No, I did not.
All right. At any rate, did you find Breasia anywhere?
Nowhere.
With Breasia being absent from the apartment and Mr. Dinkins being absent in the apartment, how were you feeling?
I don't think there's a word for it.
Okay. Did it make sense?
No.
At any point in time, did Mr. Dinkins wake you up to tell you that he was going to be leaving the apartment?
No.
At any point in time, did Mr. Dinkins wake you up and tell you that he needed to take Breasia somewhere?
No.
Did Mr. Dinkins suggest that there was some type of medical emergency for Breasia?
No.
Did Mr. Dinkins communicate to you that he would have reached out to her mother because the child wanted to go home?
No.
Was there any type of emotional disturbance within the apartment to suggest that Breasia had gotten upset in the middle of the night and wanted to go home?
Absolutely not.
All right. From there, then, when you noticed that Mr. Dinkins was gone, you noticed that Breasia was gone, what did you do?
First thing I did was try to call him. Mr. Dinkins.
What happened when you tried to call him?
It rang and it went to voicemail.
All right. Did you try to call him more than once?
Yes.
What happened?
Same thing.
Did you subsequently discover something
Did I discover something? No.
about his phone?
Oh, it was off.
Okay. What did you do next?
After I got done calling him, there was no answer. I stayed up.
Okay.
I didn't have his phone. I didn't have Miss Langsford's number, so I couldn't call her. So I just stayed up.
Okay. When you say that you stayed up, what room were you located in?
Living room.
Okay. When you stayed up, did you turn the lights on?
No.
Describe then the environment within the apartment.
So when I got done going to the bathroom, it was dark. No lights, nothing was on. And then like a half hour later, I hear a key. And then heard someone softly coming up the stairs. I guess he thought I was asleep and didn't expect me to be up. And when I saw him, he had on a whole different outfit. So I don't know.
All right. Let's talk about the description of his outfit. Do you recall what Mr. Dinkins was wearing when you fell asleep?
I do.
What was he wearing when you fell asleep?
Kind of like a white beater and colorful shorts, like white, blue, and pink.
All right. And then when he came up the stairs, what do you remember, if anything, about what he had on?
I would say like a white t-shirt and some blue shorts that look like bandana pattern and some sneakers.
Do you recall the color of the sneakers?
I do not.
That's all right. When he got to the top of the stairs, what was his reaction to seeing you sitting up?
He was kind of surprised, kind of shocked.
Okay. Was there any dialogue that you initiated with Mr. Dinkins?
I tried.
Tell us about that.
I was like, what's going on? Where you going? What's going on? And he's like, I'll be back. And about the time we're talking, he's inside the room in the closet grabbing something. What is he grabbing? I do not know. But while he's grabbing that, I looked out the window and saw Breasia outside of the car. So now my heart's like, okay. She is with him, she's safe, but yeah, it just seemed weird to me, but I didn't know what to say.
All right. If you were to describe the dynamics in your relationship with Mr. Dinkins, specifically relative to his personality and your own personality, how would you describe the dynamics?
Opposites attract.
All right. How would you describe your personality?
Quiet.
Mr. Dinkins' personality?
Very outspoken.
Between the two of you, was one a stronger personality over the other?
Yeah.
And who would have the stronger personality?
He would.
All right. Were you the type of person that would challenge Mr. Dinkins?
No.
Okay. How would you respond to him?
Submissively.
All right. What room or what window did you look out when you said you saw Breasia?
The window above my bed.
Where specifically did you see Breasia standing?
She was like right between like the passenger door and the back door. Like right there.
Of what?
Of the Impala.
The maroon Impala?
Yes.
And how did you know it was Breasia?
Her description is very distinctive. Her hair is very distinctive. The gigantic shirt she was wearing.
Okay. So was she in that white large T-shirt that Mr. Dinkins had the children put on after they took their baths?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked out the window and you saw Breasia standing along the passenger side of the Chevy Impala, were you able to see her face to get a sense of any expression or emotional state for the child?
No, ma'am.
Explain.
It's like her head was like, had an aerial version of it. So I can only see like the top. I couldn't see her face.
Okay. And then when you looked out the window, could you see the front of her body, or was it the back of her body, or even a side profile?
Like a side profile.
A side profile. Later on, did you have occasion to draw a diagram for law enforcement to give them a perspective of where you observed Breasia standing relative to the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 93. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm handing
You may.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 93?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 93?
This was the diagram I created.
And then if you could speak in the microphone so that we could hear that.
This is the diagram that I created.
This diagram depicts what specifically?
Where Breasia was standing.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 93 into the record.
No objection.
Exhibit 93 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Ms. Culberson, what I'd like for you to do, can you see this right there on that screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to tell me how you want to orient this particular diagram. At the top, we see 53rd.
Correct.
Do you want me to keep it there, or do you need me to turn this paper to orient it in a different way?
No, I got it.
All right, okay, so think about our written record. Obviously, we can look at the picture, but our written record is very helpful for us to describe this. Have you drawn 53rd on this diagram?
No, I did not draw 53rd Street.
Is there a marking on there to
Yes.
indicate where 53rd is?
Yes.
What direction does 53rd Street run?
It's like it's from east to west
Okay, and on this diagram, where is it located?
to the north.
Okay, and so then would that be to the top of our diagram?
Yes.
All right. Now, as we are looking at what's depicted just below that, can you explain the area so that we've got some perspective of what this diagram is depicting?
This diagram is depicting where I looked out the window. It showed Breasia standing.
Okay. I'm going to point to certain areas. This box here that has an X, what does that represent?
The Impala.
All right. The area just above that, that long rectangular box, what does that represent?
That's the parking lot where the apartments are.
All right. And then on this side of the vehicle, which side of the vehicle is that to represent?
That X is where Breasia was standing.
This big open area here, what is this big open area here?
The parking lot.
And then off to what I'm going to describe as I'm looking at it, the right side of the diagram, we've got a larger box. What's that supposed to represent?
Now that I cannot recall.
That's okay. And then we've got what looks like a section that kind of goes straight and then angles off. What is that to represent?
I do not recall.
That's okay. But at any rate, does this give us a perspective of where you saw Breasia standing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what time that was? That Henry Dinkins came back to the apartment and you looked outside?
It was after 3:30
How do you know it was around the time frame of 3:30?
because I looked at my phone.
And is that how you were able to identify it as 3:30?
Yeah.
When Mr. Dinkins went into the bedroom, where was Detorius at?
Sleeping on the bed.
Was he still in his original position?
I'm going to presume.
All right. When Mr. Dinkins went into the bedroom to get into his closet, did he keep that bedroom light off?
Yes.
As he went to his closet, you'd indicated that he got something out of the closet.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what it is that he was getting?
I do have no clue.
When he moved away from the closet, could you see anything in his hands?
No.
Do you know that he retrieved something from the closet?
Yes.
And then explain why you weren't able to determine what it is that he got from the closet.
He could have concealed it. He could have put it somewhere where I can't see it.
Okay. From there then, what did Mr. Dinkins do?
Leave.
And then did you see him go down the staircase?
Yes.
Did you continue to watch out the window?
I did.
What did you observe happening?
Car pulling off.
And was Breasia in the car when it pulled off?
Now, the windows are tinted. You can't see through.
Okay. So at the point in time that he's in the closet, had you looked away from the window?
Yes.
Okay. And then when he's going down the stairs, do you go back to the window?
I do.
Had he already gotten inside the vehicle?
Yes.
And was at the point in time that he was pulling away?
Yes.
At the point in time he was pulling away, did you see Breasia anywhere in the parking lot?
No.
Does Mr. Dinkins give you any explanation at all as to what is going on?
No.
Does he suggest to you that Breasia wanted to go home to be with her mother?
No.
Does he suggest that maybe she hadn't been feeling good and so maybe she's needed some medical care?
No.
Is there any explanation at all?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling when you note that he's leaving the parking lot and Breasia is no longer out there?
I can't even tell you.
Are you scared?
Very.
How then do things develop there at the apartment?
Well, eventually, Aisha and Mr. Dinkins come back with a first officer.
Before we get there, does Mr. Dinkins ever return to the apartment again?
To pick up Victorious, that's it.
Okay, so between the time that he left shortly after 3:30, did Detorius ever wake up?
No.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that he woke up and he was crying?
Mm-hmm. He woke up, and I told him, your sister's gone, and then he started tearing up.
He started tearing up?
Mm-hmm.
Explain what you mean by that.
Like starting to cry.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Tearing up.
Yeah.
All right. Then when Detorius started to tear up, or DL started to tear up, goodness, what did you do to try and calm the child down?
I told him to come in the living room and lay down, because I don't want you to come in the living room. And he did. And then not too long after, Mr. Dinkins shows up, grabs him, and they go.
All right. Do you know specifically what time Mr. Dinkins got back to the apartment?
I do not.
Now, can you give us a perspective relative to whether or not it was night or if the sun was starting to rise?
There was light.
Okay. Had the sun just started to rise around the time that he returned back to the apartment complex?
I believe the sun was already up.
All right. Was it still really early in the morning?
Yes.
Describe what happened when you realized he was back.
When he was back?
Mr. Dinkins.
To come get Victorious?
Yeah.
I really can't explain it. Yes.
Describe his emotional state when he came into the apartment.
He was like normal.
Okay.
He came and got Victorious, came and got his clothes, said we gotta go, and left.
All right. Did you ask him about Breasia and where she was at?
I did not.
Okay. Did Mr. Dinkins make any statements to you about there were issues that had developed?
No.
You don't recall any of that?
No.
All right. And then from there then, when you say that he came to get Detorius, had you discovered that his phone was still there in the apartment?
I did.
Tell us about that.
It was plugged up into like my work tower, but there was no charge. It was dead. So that was like early in the morning. So I took it off. I put it on the charger in the living room. And once it charged up and he came, I'm like, here, take your phone so I can call you.
All right.
And he took it.
All right. Now, when he came and picked up Detorius, what else did you indicate that he took?
A bag of clothes.
All right. Did he leave the apartment at that point?
He did.
Okay. When he left the apartment, did you actually reach out to him right away?
I did.
Explain.
Because I was concerned. Well, what's going on? Talk to me. What's going on?
Tell me about that.
I tried to get him to talk to me.
And what was he saying?
He wasn't saying anything.
Did you find that troubling?
Very much so.
Were you asking him about Breasia?
I did not.
Okay. So what was the type of question that you were asking him?
What's going on? Is there anything I can do? Is there anything I can help? What's going on? He's like, nope, don't want your help. I'm like, okay. I don't know how I'm supposed to react to that, but okay.
All right. When Mr. Dinkins came, so then he leaves with Detorius.
Mm-hmm.
You call him?
Yeah, because he left it there. He actually left a bag. So I called him back that you left a bag here. He's like, okay, we're going to need that. So he came back, got the bag, and then left with Detorius.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We seem to have a lurker. I believe it's the child. Standing outside the door.
It's been taken care of.
Thank you.
Did Mr. Dinkins return to the apartment to get another bag of clothing?
Yes.
How did he get access to that clothing?
I actually brought it down to him.
Did you go out in the parking lot?
Yes,
What vehicle was he in?
the Impala.
Did you go up to the vehicle?
I did.
When you went up to the vehicle, were you able to see who was in the car?
I did.
Describe what you observed.
I was him and Detorius, and that's it.
Did you see Breasia anywhere within the passenger compartment of that vehicle?
Not at all.
What went through your mind?
Besides my stomach ripping to pieces,
Mhm.
a lot of things.
Okay. Do you want to articulate what went through your mind?
Fear, anger, more fear, more anger, confusion, wanting to know what's going on.
All right. And was Mr. Dinkins offering any explanation at all?
No.
What happened next?
And then next thing I know, detectives are at my house.
Let me backtrack, if I could, to talk with you about a specific issue. You indicated that when you went to sleep, did you identify Mr. Dinkins on his phone?
Yes.
All right. And so therefore, was the phone apparently still with a charge?
I'm assuming so.
Sure. Do you know then who would have plugged his phone into the charging station at your desk?
Not at all.
All right. Let's go back then and let's talk, or let's jump forward again, and then let's talk about the issue of the next thing you know, that there is law enforcement at your door.
Yeah.
Was it a detective or a uniformed police officer that was the first point of contact with you?
Uniform.
Describe what happened during that contact.
He just asked me a couple questions and that was it.
Where were you at before that contact occurred?
I was at home.
Were you inside your apartment?
I was.
Did the uniform officer knock on the door to your apartment?
Yes.
When he knocked on the door to the apartment, did you come down and answer the door?
No. It was, as I recall, it could have been open, but he came up the steps and started questioning me.
All right. Before that point in time, though, and I don't know if you remember, do you recall looking out your door?
No.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Dinkins just
No.
down the sidewalk from that officer?
No.
All right. Don't have any memory of that? That's okay. When the officer came in, then what happened?
Came in, came up the steps and started asking me regular questions.
Okay. Did he ask to look around the apartment to see if Breasia may have just been somewhere that nobody discovered?
That I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if he looked throughout the apartment just to see if she might be in a closet or hiding under a bed?
I don't believe he did.
Okay, and you just don't have any memory of that?
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. I just want you to testify as to what you remember. Okay. And then from that point moving forward, what were the developments there at the apartment complex that morning?
They searched my place. They were having trouble getting a hold of Mr. Dinkins to come down to the police station. So I called him, and then he went. I asked if he wanted me to come down for more support. I went down there. I actually went into an interrogation room, and that's where all the questioning and everything went.
Took place for you?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
Did you try getting a hold of Mr. Dinkins multiple times that morning before you went down to the police department to be interviewed?
Yes.
Did he ever answer any of those calls?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if anyone else was trying to get a hold of him?
I do not.
Had Aisha and family members or friends come out to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion just to talk with her?
I did ask if Breasia sleepwalked or done anything like that. She said no, and I believed her.
Okay, all right. Do you know whether or not Aisha was trying to get a hold of Mr. Dinkins as well?
I have no idea.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 418 and 419 that have previously been introduced. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibits 418 and 419. Now, let me just ask you some questions before we talk about that.
Aisha, how would you describe your cleaning habits relative to your apartment?
Oh my God, I'm a clean freak.
What types of products do you tend to use there at the apartment?
Cleaning products that includes bleach.
Okay, and then what do you use bleach for?
Washing dishes, my laundry, regular cleaning.
Did you have a bottle of bleach there in your apartment on July 10th of 2020?
Yes,
Was your apartment searched by law enforcement on July 10th of 2020?
yes,
When you look at the two exhibits I've handed you, 418 and 419, do you recognize what's depicted?
yes.
Okay, and what's depicted in those two photographs?
My large bottle of water and my one bleach.
Your Honor, may I go ahead and publish this?
You may.
Okay. Putting States Exhibit 418 out. Okay. In this photograph, do we see the bottle of bleach?
Yes,
Okay. And then going to 419, is that a close-up of the bleach bottle?
yes.
Is that an off-brand or a name brand for the bleach that you use?
Name brand,
What brand is it?
Clorox.
Okay, and then what size of container?
Say about a gallon.
All right. Is that what you buy as the gallon size?
Yes.
Where was that item located or being stored originally before law enforcement did the search? And I'll go back to States Exhibit 418.
It will be right underneath the sink that's to the left of the refrigerator.
Okay, now we see what looks like cabinets that are straight on and then just kind of an
Like
angle.
Yes,
That angled cabinet, is the sink located above that?
yes,
Was the bleach bottle stored underneath there?
yes.
And then the door that we see right next to the refrigerator, what room does that access?
The bedroom.
All right. To be clear, did Mr. Dinkins bring this bleach bottle into your house?
No.
On July 10th?
No.
Was this something that you had previously purchased?
Yes,
And had it been there in your apartment well before the events of July 9th and July 10th?
that's correct.
Aisha, also, I want to direct your attention to States Exhibit 420, 4-20. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing you States Exhibit 4-20, I'd like for you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize what's depicted there.
My broom.
Okay. And was this a room that you kept within your apartment?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. And then, did law enforcement seize this during the course of the investigation?
now that I cannot recall.
That's all right. But at any rate, was that a room that you kept within the apartment for your dedicated use?
Yes,
Okay. Ms. Culberson, when you noted Mr. Dinkins' phone in the bedroom on the charger, and you described removing it from the bedroom, where did you plug it into to continue charging?
there was an outlet in the living room right underneath the windows, and I just plugged it in there.
All right. What surface did you set that phone on while it was charging?
The floor.
The floor. All right. One final question. Was Mr. Dinkins somebody that was prone to leaving his cell phone at home when he would go out and about?
No,
Okay. What was his practice relative to his cell phone?
it was attached to his hip.
Okay. Had that always been the case in the 6 years that you'd known him?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. When you fell asleep that night, Ms. Culberson, the children had been playing video games and playing with games on the phones, right?
Correct.
And that included Mr. Dinkins' phone, correct?
Majority mine.
Pardon me?
Majority my phone.
But included Mr. Dinkins' phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And DL played on Mr. Dinkins' phone, right?
Correct.
And you fell asleep that night before DL, right?
Correct.
And you fell asleep that night before Mr. Dinkins left, right?
Correct.
So you don't know if DL was playing games on Mr. Dinkins' phone when Mr. Dinkins left, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know if it was DL who plugged that phone in to your computer tower or not, do you?
That's correct.
And you say it was common practice for Mr. Dinkins to have the phone attached to his hip, but this was not a common night because the children had not come to stay very often, right?
That's correct.
So it wasn't common for the kids to be there playing on the phone, right?
Correct.
And when you found the phone plugged into the tower, it was dead, right?
Very much so.
So at between 3 and 3:30, you found it to be just dead.
Yes, sir.
No battery taken out of it?
No battery taken out of it.
All right. Now, up until the time where the kids go to bed, it was a good night for everybody. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
Breasia was happy.
Yes.
DL was happy.
Yes.
Mr. Dinkins was happy.
Yes.
You were happy.
Yes.
Everything was going just the way you would hope it would go that night, right?
Correct.
The sleeping arrangements were agreed upon with you and Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
To get to the spot where Breasia was sleeping, Mr. Dinkins would have had to walk in the bedroom and then around the side of the bed to wake up Breasia, right?
Correct.
That means walking around DL and waking her up, if that's what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you and he were on the floor on the air mattress?
I was on the air mattress,
And where was he?
sitting on the couch.
Okay. And you didn't hear him come in between the time you fell asleep and the time he came in around 3:30, right?
I was up on the couch awake when he came in at 3:30, yes.
I guess my question is between midnight, let's say midnight, because you were sleeping then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And 3:30, when you say Mr. Dinkins returns,
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
yes?
Yes.
You don't recall any other times where you would have heard Mr. Dinkins enter or exit that apartment?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are you a heavy sleeper or light sleeper?
Depends on the day.
That day?
That day I worked a long day, so I was probably a heavy sleeper.
Okay. Did you recall Detorius being up and playing games at any point after you fell asleep?
No.
Games can be kind of loud. Was the volume up on these games?
No, not at all.
Okay. When you woke up and you saw that Breasia wasn't there, you said that you were concerned, right?
Yes.
And you were kind of sick to your stomach, I think, is kind of what you alluded to, right?
Yes.
You thought something bad may have happened to her,
Yes.
but you weren't concerned that Mr. Dinkins had done something with her at that point.
I was thinking all kind of things.
Sure. Your mind kind of races at that point because you don't expect a child to be gone, right?
Exactly, yes, sir.
But just so I'm clear, and the court's clear, you never saw Mr. Dinkins and Breasia together, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Dinkins came in the house at around 3:30, and you were trying to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
You never once said to him at that point, "Where's Breasia?" did you?
That is correct.
You never once asked him at that point, "Do you know where Breasia is?" did you?
That's correct.
You never once asked him, "Do you have Breasia?"
That is correct.
Even though you have this feeling in the pit of your stomach that something bad may have happened, it didn't cross your mind to ask those questions, right?
That's correct.
And then he goes into his closet in your bedroom and is looking for something and is kind of being dismissive of you, saying he's doing something, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you look outside and you see Breasia.
Yes, sir.
It's a well-lit parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
She's standing on the passenger side of the Impala or the driver's side?
Passenger?
And next to the passenger side of the Impala is the Camaro, right?
No, there was a motorcycle.
Okay. And next to the motorcycle was?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you really couldn't see Breasia's facial expressions, right?
That's correct.
But that's not true, is it? Because we had a deposition back last summer, and you were asked in that deposition if she looked scared or upset. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You don't recall being asked, did she look scared or upset, and you don't recall your answer to that?
Apparently I don't, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to see that line of questioning?
Sure, yes.
If I showed you your deposition, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Culberson, I'm going to show you a copy of your deposition.
Okay.
Transcript. Dated June 22, 2022, and I'm at page 22 of the
Okay.
record. I want you to look at lines 14 through 23. And just read it yourself.
14.
Tell me when you're done, please.
Does she was scared or upset? Not at all. Okay.
Have you read that?
Yeah, I read it.
Having read that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And would you agree with me that you were asked that question on June 22, 2022, and the question was, does she look scared or upset?
Correct.
What was your response?
Not at all.
And today, you don't recall what her expression was?
It's kind of hard to express something if you don't see their face.
So you
But for
were,
what I saw, her just standing there, she did not look scared at all. She was not like she was frantic, shaking, or anything of that nature. She was just standing there.
did you understand the question in June when you were asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony today is, just so I'm clear, is that you have no recollection that she looked something other than normal?
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins went into the closet, you didn't see him come out with anything, right?
Not that I can see.
Did you ever see Mr. Dinkins with a revolver?
No.
You never seen Mr. Dinkins with a six-shot silver revolver?
No.
There was a gun in the house, however, right?
Yes.
That gun was found under the bed, right?
Yes.
That was not Mr. Dinkins' gun?
No.
And that gun was actually found under the bed the morning of July 10th, or the afternoon of July 10th?
Talking about between the mattress?
Yes.
Yes, that was mine.
Okay. But if Mr. Dinkins was digging around the closet and had taken a 6-inch or 8-inch barreled revolver and tried to conceal it, do you think you would have been able to see it?
That I do not know.
Okay. You ever seen Mr. Dinkins with any Winchester .38 special ammunition?
No.
You ever seen Mr. Dinkins with any ammunition?
No.
You and Mr. Dinkins went through quite a bit of bleach, isn't that true?
I'm sorry?
You and Mr. Dinkins went through quite a bit of bleach, isn't that true?
Yes.
You guys were both kind of clean freaks.
Yes.
You called Mr. Dinkins after he picked up DL later that morning, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned, I think was your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
You were scared, correct?
Yes.
Again, did you ask him where was Breasia?
No.
Did you ask him if he had Breasia?
No.
What were you scared about?
Everything.
You're scared this little girl was missing, right?
I had a bad feeling in my gut, yes.
But you didn't ask if he had grabbed her since she was standing next to the Impala?
No, I did not.
And then at some point, he came back with DL that morning as well to get a second bag of clothes, right?
That's correct.
How was his appearance that morning? We've got the second bag of clothes. Was he dirty?
No.
Wearing a white shirt?
You talking about Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
He was in his normal wardrobe. I don't remember what he was wearing. He was very clean.
Wasn't dirty?
No. Not that I recall.
Did you ever have the car doors open at any time to see inside?
When I went down to the car, I can see inside the Impala.
Could you smell any bleach?
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't stick my head inside the car.
Right, but bleach has got a very strong and distinctive odor. We can agree on that.
That's correct.
Didn't smell anything in the car?
No, I did not.
When you saw Breasia outside, you say, by the Impala, were any car doors open then?
No.
You didn't see her open a door to try to get inside?
No.
Didn't see her close a door and exit the vehicle?
That's correct.
You didn't see where she had come from?
No.
And you say at some point, Miss Langford came back over to your apartment that morning of the 10th, or that day of the 10th?
That morning,
Sometime that day.
Yeah, sometime, yeah.
She was angry.
Very. I would too.
She kicked your door in, didn't she?
That I cannot answer.
Shut up. You voluntarily went down to the police station on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
You were supporting Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes.
In fact, you told the police you didn't like the line of questioning they were coming at you with, right?
At first I was reluctant.
Well, you told them, like, right out the barrel, that it seemed like they were accusing and pointing the finger at Mr. Dinkins, right off the bat, right?
Correct.
Thought that they had their mind made up that Mr. Dinkins had something to do with this, right?
Correct.
And you disagreed with that,
At first, yes.
okay? And when the police came to your house to search it, recall the detectives asking you questions like, have you searched all the cabinets?
I had nothing about searching cabinets.
Did you recall them asking you if you searched everywhere in the apartment because Breasia was small?
No, not at all.
You recall them asking you to, if you knew any of the whereabouts of Henry at that time?
Yes, I was to ask that, yes.
And you told them Henry must be out looking for Breasia?
Yes.
That when bad stuff happens, when there's tragedy or things that happen, Henry likes to insulate you from that stuff, right?
Yes.
Henry likes to protect you, right?
That's what you want to call it, yeah.
And at 10 or 11 o'clock that morning, you got a hold of Mr. Dinkins and told him you would go to the police station with him, right?
Get more support?
Did you ask him at that point what happened to Breasia?
No, I did not.
You had a lot of opportunities to ask him if he knew where Breasia was, didn't you?
Yes.
And never once asked.
Not once.
And you told the police that, in your mind, he would never harm his kids, didn't you?
That's what I thought.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Were there questions that you wanted to ask but you didn't ask?
Yes.
Okay. And what questions were you too afraid to ask?
Where's Breasia? What's going on? Do you have her? Where's she at? She okay? If not, oh my God, did you call him wrong?
Okay. Ms. Culberson, if you were to describe the person you were then versus the person you are now? Would you ask those questions now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you regret not having asked him those types of questions?
Every single day.
Sustained.
All right. Now, let's talk about the issue of the bleach. Relative to bleach, is there a store located right next to your apartment where Mr. Dinkins could have bought bleach?
Yes.
What store is that?
Walmart.
Is that where the two of you would shop?
Yes.
Had you bought bleach there at the Walmart before?
Yes.
Would there be any reason for Mr. Dinkins to travel to Clinton, Iowa and purchase bleach at 7 a.m. in the morning with Notorious in the car?
Not at all.
Does that make any sense to you at all?
Not at all.
All right. Did Mr. Dinkins go to Clinton, as far as you knew, to frequent?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know of any occasion where he ever traveled to Clinton during the time frame that the two of you dated?
Not at all.
Okay, all right. Now, I want to ask you about this. Did you notice that Mr. Dinkins had in fact changed his clothes at some point in time between when he came home at 3:30 and then again when you saw him after the sun had started to rise?
Outside the part where I saw him at 3:30, no.
Okay, and at what point in time did you realize that he changed his clothes?
When he came back at 3:30, like half hour after I got up.
Okay, so between the time that you went to bed, was the clothing that he was wearing distinctly different from the clothing that you saw him wearing at 3:30 a.m. in the morning?
Absolutely.
And was that the white T-shirt that's kind of like the, the wife beater T-shirt?
Yeah.
And then those bandana-style shorts?
He had, no, his first outfit was a white beater and those colorful shorts. The second outfit I saw was like a white dingy T-shirt and blue pants that looked like bandana. Like
Okay.
a bandana print.
All right, let's talk about this then, too. The game that DL was playing, what game was that?
Grand Theft Auto.
And then what device was he using to play Grand Theft Auto on?
First it was the Xbox that was in the living room, then the PlayStation that's in the bedroom.
Okay, so then did that require him to utilize Mr. Dinkins' phone to play that?
You don't really need it to play it, no.
All right, and you had indicated that your phone was being used to play a majority of the games?
Yes.
Who was using your phone to play a majority of the games?
Yeah, it was actually me, Mr. Dinkins, and Breasia. We were playing Jumanji.
Okay, all right. At any point in time, was Mr. Dinkins using his phone to play games or allowing the kids to use his phone to play games?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to take you back to your deposition, and here's what I'd like for you to do. I want you to read page 22, and then I want you to go ahead and continue on and read the discussion that occurred relative to you observing Breasia standing out there by the maroon Chevy Impala. Just read this to yourself and don't say anything. Go read page 22 and then go on into page 23. Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read the testimony that you gave at your deposition?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the the testimony that you provided here in court today?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you this. When Mr. Dinkins came into the apartment at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, when he unlocked that door, how would you describe what you noted about his use of the key?
What do you mean?
Did it seem like it was just like a normal unlocking, or did you have the perception that he was trying to keep you from hearing things or keep you from waking up?
Probably keep me from waking up. It was pretty quiet.
Okay, and then when he came up the stairs, what did you notice about his gait as he came up the stairs?
It was quiet.
Okay, and was that suspicious to you?
It was.
What were your thoughts when you noticed him coming up those stairs very quietly?
That he probably thought I was asleep.
All right. Did you question whether or not he was trying to keep you from waking up?
No.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You didn't specifically ask him, were you coming in here quietly because you didn't want to wake me up?
No, I didn't ask nothing like that.
But did you think that that's what he was doing?
Possibly.
And when you looked out the window and you saw Breasia standing there along the passenger side of the Impala, did you see anybody else out there in the parking lot?
No.
Who was the only individual you saw out there in the parking lot?
Breasia.
Okay. And between the time that you saw Breasia standing there on the passenger side of the vehicle, if you were to describe if there was much of a time elapse between making that observation and Mr. Dinkins going down the stairs and out the door, was there much of a time elapse at all?
A little bit.
And if you say a little bit, what do you mean by that?
Maybe a couple minutes.
Okay, so a really short period of time?
Yes.
All right. Did you believe that Mr. Dinkins left the apartment complex with Breasia in that car?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I asked her if she believed.
Then it's irrelevant and immaterial what her opinion is.
Your Honor, we've laid the foundation for her observations, and the state does believe that that's an appropriate question to ask.
Then it invades the province of the fact finder.
Overruled. She will answer the question.
Yes.
All right. Were you aware that Mr. Dinkins had a box for ammunition in his closet?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
It wasn't exactly unusual for Mr. Dinkins to leave for extended periods of time, right?
That's correct.
And he would leave sometimes in the middle of the night, wouldn't he?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes he wouldn't come home at all, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't know where he'd go, right?
That's correct.
And when he would go somewhere in the night and come back, he would come in quietly and not try to wake you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Ms. Cunningham,
I have no further questions.
you may step down. We will adjourn for the day. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.